Welcome to Multimedia University, the first Malaysian private university. In 1997, the Malaysian government took steps to transform the Malaysian economy from one that was goods and export-centric towards one that relied on digital technology and emphasized services. Since its establishment, Multimedia University has grown in size, in stature and in impact, both within Malaysia and across the globe. Now, Multimedia University is widely regarded and trusted for its innovative and useful programs. The university is trusted by the Malaysian government as well as numerous professional, governing and assessment organizations across the world. Their trust is expressed in various rankings, agreements and partnerships with the university. In fact, MMU currently holds a unique position as one of the most preferred universities across various industries in Malaysia. This preference is a result of years of hard work as well as the intrinsic nature of MMU. From the get-go, MMU has made it a point that it is part of the international community. It drew talent, input and the knowledge from across the globe, and its deliverables were also to be enjoyed worldwide. Furthermore, by thinking in terms of helping various industries secure better qualified personnel, MMU has been able to come up with cutting-edge academic programs, some of which have no parallel within the country or even the hemisphere. Thanks to this nimbleness, MMU has been able to help Malaysia break into new areas of national interest, which include financial engineering and content creation. Of course, MMU graduates are so sought after not only for their strong technical know-how, but also because their strengths go beyond their academic obligations. Our academicians are also active. Throughout the years, they have collectively proven themselves to be very prolific, not just within the confines of academia, but also in the development of the respective industries. In short, MMU has led the private higher education sector in Malaysia for more than 20 years because it has played an active role in the development of the nation. Where other institutions teach, we inspire. Where other institutions draw a map, we take the leap forward. Where other institutions opine, we do. The future is filled with uncertainty. What is certain, however, regardless of the myriad of issues that face Malaysia and the world, MMU will be there to help its students, graduates, as well as its community find a solution.
Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom adalah yayasan yang didirikan oleh Telkom Indonesia pada tanggal 23 Mei tahun 1990 untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan dasar, menengah, dan tinggi, serta pelatihan dan sertifikasi guna mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional di bidang teknologi informasi, multimedia, edutainment, dan service. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom selalu memegang teguh visi dan misi yang telah ditetapkan dalam menjalankan tugas dan fungsi yayasan. Hingga tahun 2024, Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom telah memiliki alumni dan sivitas sebanyak 93.000 lulusan, 16.000 siswa-siswi, serta 43.000 mahasiswa dan mahasiswi aktif yang tersebar di 52 lembaga pendidikan dari TK sampai dengan SMA dan SMK, serta 4 perguruan tinggi di seluruh Indonesia. Kami menyediakan seluruh kebutuhan pendidikan Anda sesuai dengan One Pipe Education atau OPES, menerapkan kurikulum nasional di lembaga dasar dan menengah. Telkom Schools terdiri dari anak usia TK, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia di 37 kota dan 22 provinsi, di antaranya 32 taman kanak-kanak dari Pematang Siantar sampai dengan Jayapura dan 5 diantaranya ada di Jawa Barat. 3 sekolah dasar yang berada di Batam, Makassar, dan Padang, 4 SMP yang berada di Bandung, Makassar, Purwokerto, dan Padang, serta 1 SMA dan 11 SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Telkom Campus. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom menyelenggarakan layanan pendidikan tinggi berbasis ICT yang bertujuan untuk membangun insan cerdas, berkarakter, dan siap bermitra di era teknologi terkini. Lembaga pendidikan tinggi di bawah naungan YPT tergabung dalam Telkom Campus, terdiri dari Telkom University, Telkom University Jakarta, Telkom University Purwokerto, dan Telkom University Surabaya. Dengan kegigihan Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom dalam mengembangkan dunia pendidikan yang berstandar internasional dan berbasis ICT, terbukti mampu meraih segudang penghargaan dari mulai YPT, Dikdasmen, dan Lemdikti di tingkat nasional maupun internasional, meraih penghargaan untuk mewujudkan perusahaan kelas dunia. Bentuk peduli Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom terhadap dunia pendidikan yang lebih luas adalah Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom bekerja sama dalam pertukaran mahasiswa, pelajar, pembangunan sarana pendidikan, dan kelas internasional. Dengan seluruh layanan pendidikan yang dimiliki oleh Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami berkomitmen untuk dapat melahirkan generasi yang unggul di masa depan untuk membangun bangsa Indonesia. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami ada untuk Indonesia.
Welcome to Multimedia University, the first Malaysian private university. In 1997, the Malaysian government took steps to transform the Malaysian economy from one that was goods and export-centric towards one that relied on digital technology and emphasized services. Since its establishment, Multimedia University has grown in size, in stature, and in impact, both within Malaysia and across the globe. Now, Multimedia University is widely regarded and trusted for its innovative and useful programs. The university is trusted by the Malaysian government as well as numerous professional governing and assessment organizations across the world. Their trust is expressed in various rankings, agreements, and partnerships with the university. In fact, MMU currently holds a unique position as one of the most preferred university across various industries in Malaysia. This preference is a result of years of hard work as well as the intrinsic nature of MMU. From the get-go, MMU has made it a point that it is part of the international community. It drew talent, input, and the knowledge from across the globe, and its deliverables were also to be enjoyed worldwide. Furthermore, by thinking in terms of helping various industries secure better qualified personnel, MMU has been able to come up with cutting-edge academic programs, some of which have no parallel within the country or even the hemisphere. Thanks to this nimbleness, MMU has been able to help Malaysia break into new areas of national interest, which include financial engineering and content creation. Of course, MMU graduates are so sought after not only for their strong technical know-how, but also because their strengths go beyond their academic obligations. Our academicians are also active. Throughout the years, they have collectively proven themselves to be very prolific, not just within the confines of academia, but also in the development of their respective industries. In short, MMU has led the private higher education sector in Malaysia for more than 20 years because it has played an active role in the development of the nation. Where other institutions teach, we inspire. Where other institutions draw a map, we take the leap forward. Where other institutions opine, we do. The future is filled with uncertainty. What is certain, however, regardless of the myriad of issues that face Malaysia and the world, MMU will be there to help its students, graduates, as well as its community find a solution.
Welcome to the Trans Luxury Hotel Bandung, your preferred venue for every event. Nothing is more important than our safety and security. So please take a moment to pay attention to our safety and security briefing to ensure your safety and well-being during your time with us. The Trans Luxury Hotel has applied an international safety standard to overcome any emergency situation that may occur during your event. Therefore, in every level of this building has been equipped with hydrant box, sprinkler, beam detector, public address, and fire extinguisher. In case of an emergency situation, there will be further announcements via the public address system. Please listen carefully to the announcement and follow the instructions. In case of an earthquake, do not panic and do not run. Drop, cover, and hold on, then listen to the public announcement and follow the instruction. In case of any emergency situation that required us to evacuate the building, leave the building immediately via the nearest emergency exit to the assembly area. Remove your high heels, do not run, and avoid using elevators or escalators. Do not go down to the car park or try to re-enter the building until instructed otherwise. Stay calm and do not panic. Our team will assist you to the safe location. Thank you. We hope you will have an enjoyable and wonderful experience at the Trans Luxury Hotel Bandung.
2025. Welcome to Trans Luxury Hotel, Bandung, Indonesia. So I'm Yen Hamida. It's an honor for me to serve as the master of ceremony for today's amazing session. But first of all, please allow us to welcome our honorable guest, Honorable Dean of School of Computing, Telkom University, Dr. Kemas Muslim Laksmana ST MISD. MSID, thank you, sir. And also welcome Dean of Faculty of Information Science and Technology, Multimedia University, Malaysia, Associate Professor Tis Dr. Siti Fatimah Abdul Razak. Welcome to Bandung. And also General Chair of ICO ICT 2025, Dr. Mahmud Dwi Sulistyo STMT. So, sir, thank you and welcome. And of course, it's also an honor for every one of us that among us here today, we also have our speakers. Honorable Professor S.K. Kita from Nagoya University, Japan, sir. Ohayou gozaimasu and welcome to Bandung, sir. Associate Professor Tis Dr. Afizan Azman from Taylor University, Selangor, Malaysia. Professor Tori Ishida from Kyoto University, Japan. Dr. Kemas Muslim Laksmana from Telkom University, Indonesia. Dr. Chu Yi Jian from Multimedia University, Malaysia. Mr. Edward Verdian, PhD from Telkom University, Indonesia. This is Dr. Husna Sarira from Taylor's University, Selangor, Malaysia. And also Dr. Jati Hiliamsyah from Telkom University, Indonesia, who are some of them currently attending on the virtual platform because we are conducting this event through hybrid. So ladies and gentlemen, of course, to all of our distinguished presenters, global presenters, participants who are attending the session on site in this room, as well as who are attending the session through online platform on our Zoom. So by now, we have welcoming our participants through our Zoom platform. So I would like to say thank you also and welcome to all of the online participants. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony of the 13th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, the International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, ICO-ICT, is an annual event. It's organized by Telkom University in collaboration with Multimedia University, Malaysia, and co-sponsored by IEEE Indonesia section. And this conference brings together researchers from various backgrounds to emphasize the dissemination on the ongoing research related to the theme Driving a Sustainable Future with AI, IoT, and Data Science Technology. So today, this event is conducted hybrid, and we have accepted more than 50 participants in our Zoom. And also, we believe that we'll gain much and valuable knowledge from this event. So ladies and gentlemen, to start this event, and also to officially warm welcome every one of you, we proudly present the video of Telkom University, Multimedia University, Malaysia, and also Telkom Education Foundation.
Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom adalah yayasan yang didirikan oleh Telkom Indonesia pada tanggal 23 Mei tahun 1990 untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan dasar, menengah, dan tinggi, serta pelatihan dan sertifikasi guna mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional di bidang teknologi informasi, multimedia, edutainment, dan service. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom selalu memegang teguh visi dan misi yang telah ditetapkan dalam menjalankan tugas dan fungsi yayasan. Hingga tahun 2024, Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom telah memiliki alumni dan sivitas sebanyak 93.000 lulusan, 16.000 siswa-siswi, serta 43.000 mahasiswa dan mahasiswi aktif yang tersebar di 52 lembaga pendidikan dari TK sampai dengan SMA dan SMK serta 4 perguruan tinggi di seluruh Indonesia. Kami menyediakan seluruh kebutuhan pendidikan Anda sesuai dengan One Pipe Education atau OPES, menerapkan kurikulum nasional di lembaga dasar dan menengah. Telkom Schools terdiri dari anak usia TK, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia di 37 kota dan 22 provinsi, di antaranya 32 taman kanak-kanak dari Pematang Siantar sampai dengan Jayapura dan 5 diantaranya ada di Jawa Barat. 3 sekolah dasar yang berada di Batam, Makassar, dan Padang, 4 SMP yang berada di Bandung, Makassar, Purwokerto, dan Padang, serta 1 SMA dan 11 SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Telkom Campus. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom menyelenggarakan layanan pendidikan tinggi berbasis ICT yang bertujuan untuk membangun insan cerdas, berkarakter, dan siap bermitra di era teknologi terkini. Lembaga pendidikan tinggi di bawah naungan YPT tergabung dalam Telkom Campus, terdiri dari Telkom University, Telkom University Jakarta, Telkom University Purwokerto, dan Telkom University Surabaya. Dengan kegigihan Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom dalam mengembangkan dunia pendidikan yang berstandar internasional dan berbasis ICT, terbukti mampu meraih segudang penghargaan dari mulai YPT, Dikdasmen, dan Lemdikti di tingkat nasional maupun internasional, meraih penghargaan untuk mewujudkan perusahaan kelas dunia. Bentuk peduli Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom terhadap dunia pendidikan yang lebih luas adalah Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom bekerja sama dalam pertukaran mahasiswa, pelajar, pembangunan sarana pendidikan, dan kelas internasional. Dengan seluruh layanan pendidikan yang dimiliki oleh Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami berkomitmen untuk dapat melahirkan generasi yang unggul di masa depan untuk membangun bangsa Indonesia. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami ada untuk Indonesia.
Welcome to Multimedia University, the first Malaysian private university. In 1997, the Malaysian government took steps to transform the Malaysian economy from one that was goods and export-centric towards one that relied on digital technology and emphasized services. Since its establishment, Multimedia University has grown in size, in stature, and in impact, both within Malaysia and across the globe. Now, Multimedia University is widely regarded and trusted for its innovative and useful programs. The university is trusted by the Malaysian government as well as numerous professional, governing and assessment organizations across the world. Their trust is expressed in various rankings, agreements and partnerships with the university. In fact, MMU currently holds a unique position as one of the most preferred university across various industries in Malaysia. This preference is a result of years of hard work as well as the intrinsic nature of MMU. From the get-go, MMU has made it a point that it is part of the international community. It drew talent, input, and the knowledge from across the globe, and its deliverables were also to be enjoyed worldwide. Furthermore, by thinking in terms of helping various industries secure better qualified personnel, MMU has been able to come up with cutting-edge academic programs, some of which have no parallel within the country or even the hemisphere. Thanks to this nimbleness, MMU has been able to help Malaysia break into new areas of national interest, which include financial engineering and content creation. Of course, MMU graduates are so sought after not only for their strong technical know-how, but also because their strengths go beyond their academic obligations. Our academicians are also active. Throughout the years, they have collectively proven themselves to be very prolific, not just within the confines of academia, but also in the development of their respective industries. In short, MMU has led the private higher education sector in Malaysia for more than 20 years because it has played an active role in the development of the nation. Where other institutions teach, we inspire. Where other institutions draw a map, we take the leap forward. Where other institutions opine, we do. The future is filled with uncertainty. What is certain, however, regardless of the myriad of issues that face Malaysia and the world, MMU will be there to help its students, graduates, as well as its community find a solution.
So ladies and gentlemen, would you please kindly give a warm applause for the 13th ICOCT 2025. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to officially kick off this conference, we're pleased to welcome Dr. Mahmud Dwi Sulistyo, STMT, the General Chair of ICOICT 2025, to deliver the welcoming speech. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Mahmud Dwi Sulistyo.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and warm greetings to all of you, especially everyone who will come virtually or physically here. It is my great honor and pleasure as the General Chair of the 13th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, or ICOICT 2025, to welcome you all to this special occasion. First of all, let me extend our sincere gratitude and highest appreciation to our distinguished guests, Director of Telkom University, Professor Suyanto, the Deans, Dr. Kemas, and Vice Deans of the School of Technology, School of Computing, Pak Cokorda, the Chair of the IEEE Indonesia section, Dr. Kurnianisi, and we are truly honored by the presence of our keynote speakers, Professor Isuki Kita from Nagano University, Japan, Professor Toru Usida from Kyoto University, Japan, Associate Professor Dr. Afizan Asman from Telkom University, Malaysia, and our tutorial speakers, including Dr. Husna from Telkom University, Dr. Husna, and also the Dr. Chu Yejian from Multimedia University. Welcome. And a special thanks to the Dean and the team from Multimedia University, Dr. Siti, and all the team who are here with us today as our esteemed co-host for ICOICT 2025. Your presence and your partnership have been essential in making this event possible. This year's conference carries the theme Driving a Sustainable Future with AI, IoT, and data science technologies. This reflects our shared visions and urgency to explore how cutting-edge technologies can contribute to a more sustainable, inclusive, and intelligent future. We are pleased to share the ICT 2025 received 401 paper submissions, and after rigorous peer review process, 151 papers were accepted for presentation today, resulting in an acceptance rate of approximately 37.7%. This demonstrates our commitment to quality and scholarly excellence. Give applause. Let me also highlight the diversity of our participants. We are proud to have contributions from over 19 countries, covering submissions from Asia-Pacific regions such as Malaysia, Sri Lanka, India, Philippines, and also, of course, Indonesia, and also from Europe, the Middle East countries, Africa, and the United States. In terms of content, the accepted papers span a wide array of topics ranging from deep learning, computer vision, natural language processing, ethical AI, and IoT architecture, smart infrastructure, and so on. This reflects the interdisciplinary nature of our community and its relevance to both academic and real-world challenges. Lastly, on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to all participants, whether you are joining us today here on site in Trans Luxury Hotel or virtually from different corners of the globe. Thank you for being a part of this important conference. May ICT 2025 be a fruitful, inspiring, and meaningful experience for all of us. Let us continue to learn from one another and work collaboratively to advance technology for a betterment of our society and planet. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Mahmoud Dwi Sulistyo, for the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the next item of our program. That is a speech which will be presented by the chair of IEEE Indonesia section, Dr. Kurniasi. Let's welcome Dr. Kurniasi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Kurniasi. I'm currently serving as IEEE Indonesia Section Chair and also serving as Vice Chair of Professional Activities in IEEE Region 10 and also this year serving as Committee of MGA IT Coordination and Oversight and Committee of MGA Ad Hoc on New Audience. On behalf of IEEE Indonesia Sections, it is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to the 2025 International Conference on Information and Communication Technology held in Bandung. This year, IEEE Indonesia Sections is proud to serve as a financial co-sponsor for this conference. This sponsorship reflects our strong commitment to enhancing the quality, global visibility, and sustainability of international conferences hosted in Indonesia. I would also like to extend my sincere congratulations to the organizing committee, our co-sponsor Telkom University, and all our esteemed partners who have worked tirelessly to bring this remarkable forum of knowledge sharing, collaborations, and innovation to life. Allow me to briefly introduce the IEEE Indonesia Sections. IEEE Indonesia section was officially established on 16 February 1988, and this year marks our 37th anniversary of dedications to advancing technology for the benefit of humanity in Indonesia. As of July 2025, we have reached a membership base of 2,591, consisting of professional, graduate students, and undergraduate student members from across the Indonesian archipelago. The number continues to grow steadily each year, reflecting a strong and rising interest in technology and engineering within our nations. This is the distributions of IEEE section members in Indonesia. I'm truly honored to lead the section this year, supported by a dedicated team of volunteers in our executive committee. I'm accompanied by Vice Chair Dr. Sunumi Wirama, Secretary Professor Mika Yuliana, Vice Secretary Dr. Munawar Agus, Treasurer Dr. Kemas Muslim, and Vice Treasurer Dr. Mera Kartika, and we have a Vice Chair Professor Gamantio Henwantoro. We are guided by our esteemed advisory committee, who were IEEE Indonesia past section chairs. Their leadership and vision continues to inspire and shape our direction for the futures. IEEE Indonesia sections currently has 16 technical chapters and 6 joint chapters. This year, we have 43 active student branches, and we also have student branches under affinity groups and 8 student branches under chapters. This year, IEEE Indonesia sections embrace the strategic themes, unity in diversity, bridging cultures, empowering innovations. We have 7 strategic programs. First, integrate diversity, equity, and inclusion principles in all activities, initiatives, and partnerships. Second, we strengthen collaboration between academia, industry, government, and community. And we also strengthen local, national, and international capacities to prevent, manage, and respond to crises through humanitarian and community service programs. And the fourth, we focus on improving the quality of conferences and publications. We also support the professional development of our student members, enabling the seamless transition into the global engineering and technology workforce. And we reach new audiences. We identify underserved communities and groups in specific domains, geographical areas, member and non-members demographics. We also encourage cross-OU collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, ICT is more than just a conference. It is a catalyst for discovery, dialogue, and transformations. It is an opportunity for us to connect across borders, disciplines, and generations to address the challenges and seize opportunities of the digital age. I encourage each of you to engage actively in the conference, share your ideas, build new collaboration, and explore new frontiers in information and communication technology. So let us work together to make this event a truly inspiring and impactful experience for the global ICT community. Thank you once again for your presence and participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Kurnianingsi, for the inspiring speech. Ladies and gentlemen, with honor, we now proceed to the next agenda, speech by Dean of Faculty of Information Science and Technology, Multimedia University, Malaysia, Associate Professor Tis Dr. Siti Fatimah Abdul Razak. So let's welcome Associate Professor Tis Dr. Siti Fatimah Abdul Razak.
Assalamualaikum Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be here today. Okay, General Chair of ICT 2025, Dr. Mahmud Dwi Sulistyo, honorable keynote speakers, distinguished guests, okay, honorable technical speakers. It is an honor to have you joining us in this 13th ICT. Okay, it marks a remarkable collaboration between two universities, okay, Telkom universities and also Multimedia University. So this year is the 13th episode of ICT 2025, where we unite the academia and also the industry. So it has been a long journey, and I believe there will be many more years coming where we can share our inspiration, our innovation, our work, and our advancement in ICT. So in this special morning, I would like to thank the whole organizing committee, okay, for a very effective collaboration to make this event a success. Thank you also to all speakers and participants who have been giving their full commitment, engagement, and hopefully we will have a very successful conference this year. With that, I would like to thank everyone and wish to see you all again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. T. Siti Fatima Abdul Razak, for the insightful speech. Our honored guest, attendees, beloved audience, we invite you to turn your attention to the next part of our program, that is opening speech by Rector of Telkom University, Professor Dr. Suyanto, ST, MSc, who will also officially commence this event. And Professor Suyanto will deliver his speech virtually. So let's welcome Professor Dr. Suyanto, ST, MSc.
The Honorable keynote speakers, Professor Eisuke Kita from Nagoya University, Japan, Professor Toru Ishida from Kyoto University, Japan, Associate Professor T.S. Dr. Afizan Azman from Taylor's University, Malaysia, Dr. Kemas Muslim Laksmana from Telkom University, Indonesia. The Honorable tutorial speakers, Dr. Chiryi Chian from Multimedia University, Malaysia, T.S. Dr. Husna Sarirah from Taylor's University, Malaysia, Edward Ferdian, PhD from Telkom University, Indonesia, Dr. Jati Hiliamsyah from Telkom University, Indonesia, the Honorable Dean and Vice Deans of the Faculty of the School of Computing, Director of the Directorate of Research and Community Service at Telkom University, representatives from IEEE Section Indonesia, our sponsor from Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, moderators, session chairs, participants, and committee members of Telkom University and Multimedia University Malaysia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome to the 13th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, or ICT 2025. It is a great honor for me to welcome all of you on behalf of Telkom University. We are very pleased to host this international conference again this year, and we truly appreciate your presence here in Bandung. This year's theme, Driving a Sustainable Future with AI, IoT, and Data Science Technologies, reflects our shared commitment to building a better and more sustainable future using technology. As we face global challenges, we believe innovation in ICT must continue to focus not only on progress, but also on responsibility, social, environmental, and ethical. ISO ICT has become an important platform where researchers, academics, and practitioners come together to share ideas, present research, and build collaborations. We hope this conference will inspire new discussion, meaningful partnerships, and real contributions to the field of ICT. Over the next 2 days, we will hear from outstanding speakers, explore the latest research, and connect with colleges from many different institutions and countries. I encourage all of you to take full advantage of this opportunity, to listen, to learn, and to collaborate. I would like to thank everyone who made this event possible: the speakers, moderator, participants, reviewers, session chairs, organizing committee, and our partners from IEEE and Multimedia University, Malaysia. I also want to express my sincere gratitude to Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, YPT, for supporting this conference. With that, and by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially declare the 13th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, ISO ICT 2025, open. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as the officially commencement by the Rector of Telkom University, once again, let's give a warm applause for the 13th ISO ICT 2025. So, ladies and gentlemen, before starting to the next agenda, I would like to invite every one of you to kindly join us in the photo session. So, we'd like to kindly invite all of the distinguished guests and also participants to kindly come to the front of the stage, and we're going to capture this historical moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's come and join us in the photo session. We would like to invite Dean of School of Computing Telkom University, Dr. Kemas Muslim Laksmana STM ISD, MSID, Dean of Faculty of Information Science and Technology, Multimedia University, Malaysia, Associate Professor Tis, Dr. Siti Fatimah Abdurazak, General Chair of ICO ICT 2025, Dr. Mahmud Dwi Sulistya STMT. And of course, we also would like to invite our speakers, Professor Eski Kita from Nagoya University, Japan, and also to all of the participants and also guests who are attending this session through online platform. Would like to kindly invite every one of you to be on the camera or activating the camera and join us in this photo session. So we'd like to invite Associate Professor Tis, Dr. Avizan Azman from Taylor University, Selangor, Malaysia, Professor Toru Ishida from Kyoto University, Japan, Dr. Kemas Muslim Laksmana from Telkom University, Indonesia, Dr. Chu Yi Jiang from Multimedia University, Malaysia, Mr. Edward Verdian, PhD from Telkom University, Indonesia, Dr. Husna Sarira from Taylor's University, Selangor, Malaysia, Dr. Jati Hiliam Shah from Telkom University, Indonesia, and of course our distinguished global presenters, guests and participants who are attending the session. Once again, we'd like to kindly invite all of the participants who are attending through online or virtually. to kindly activate the camera. So, ladies and gentlemen, please allow us to guide and lead this photo session. Please allow me to introduce our core values of Telkom University. We have core value what's called is HEY. It stands for harmony, excellence, and integrity. So the hand gesture would be harmony, and then yes, harmony, excellence, and integrity. Put your hands crossing to the chest. All right, once again. Okay, so the first pose will be harmony. So ladies and gentlemen, harmony. Oh, sir, please come and join us in the photo session. Thank you. Once again, harmony. The sweet smile. And now we're going to go to the second pose. It's thumbs up to the camera and give your sweet smile. Excellent. Okay, and the third pose is integrity. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, one last, I think that one of a request from Professor Kita, right? So we're gonna post the picture by saying cheese or oishi, right? Oishi. All right, oishi. All right. So when I count 1, 2, 3, you're gonna say, okay, with hand gesture. Okay, requested by Mr. Dr. Mahmoud. Yeah, oishi, like this. All right. Once again, say oishi as loud as possible. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. All right, that's amazing. Let's give a warm applause for every one of you. Thank you. You may return to your seat, ladies and gentlemen. And also to all of the participants on the online platform, please allow us to capture your moment during the session. And please be willing to be on the camera because we, of course, will capture this historical moment in this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at our scheduled for coffee break session before moving on to the next one of most awaited moments. So we're going to have a 15-minute coffee break and we will reconvene here promptly 15 minutes later. So please kindly enjoy the refreshments that have been prepared by the committee just outside of this room. You may also enjoy the refreshment and bring it along to this room and be ready, fasten your seatbelt because the next amazing, insightful knowledge will be started in the next 15 minutes. In the next session, there will be keynote speech 1. Presented by Professor Eisuke Kita from Nagoya University, Japan, who will present on IoT and machine. But Professor, we're going to have the coffee break for a while. So we're going to have 15-minute coffee break first. Because I think all of the participants over here, they're already waiting for the session so much. But who needs coffee break? Who needs coffee, right? So we need coffee. Everyone needs coffee. So I think we can have 15-minute coffee break for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the refreshment out there. You can bring your coffee or tea here and also be ready for the next insightful session. Let's enjoy the coffee break. Thank you for confirming. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session, that is keynote speech 1, will be started in some minutes. So to all of the participants who are just still outside of the room, please kindly return back to the room, and you can also bring along the coffee breaks and also the beverage and the refreshments inside of the room while enjoying and also getting the insight from the speakers in the keynote sessions. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to kindly invite all of you to return to the main room as we're going to start the next session, that is keynote speech 1, and we can enjoy the refreshment also inside of the room. So before starting the session, we also would like to encourage every one of you to be in your most comfortable position and also to turn your mobile phone into silent mode. We encourage every one of you to capture your historical moment joining the ICO-ICT 2025 and post it into your social media using the hashtag of 13th ICO-ICT 2025. Thank you. right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna try to test the focus, but it's not MC's focus, but no participant focus. I promise it's not gonna be mistaken, but it's gonna be Sampurasun. Right, am I correct right now? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for returning back to this room. We're going to start the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome back to the 13th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, ICOICT 2025, in morning session. And we hope that you have enjoyed the refreshment during the coffee break and also have got a chance to connect with other people, other participants, researchers, and also to build stronger networks. So ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to continue with the next highly anticipated session of today's session, that is keynote speech. As we promised you all that you will gain valuable knowledge from the speakers. So let's start the session. In the next session, there will be the first keynote session. Of course, in this session, we'll be talking about IoT and machine learning for sustainable agricultural production. But before that, this session will be led by our moderator, Associate Professor Isman Kurniawan, PhD. Before that, please allow me to introduce our moderator's profile. Ladies and gentlemen, Associate Professor Isman Kurniawan, PhD, is an accomplished academic and professional in the fields of data science, machine learning, and smart computing, with extensive experience as a presenter and trainer at both national and international levels. He has presented his research in prestigious forums, including the 2024 International Conference on Smart Computing, IoT, and Machine Learning, the 2023 International Conference on Artificial Intelligence, Blockchain, Cloud Computing, and Data Analytics, and of course several other dating back to 2020. And beyond academic contributions, Dr. Kurniawan is a trusted trainer in data analytics and machine learning, having delivered workshops and in-house training for institutions such as Bank Indonesia Institute and also the Ministry of Finance and Directorate of Higher Education. Since 2019, he has been actively involved in the Big Data Certification Program at RCDBE Telkom University, showcasing his ongoing commitment to advancing digital talent development in Indonesia. So ladies and gentlemen, that's our amazing profile of our moderator. So without any further ado, let's welcome Dr. Isman Kurniawan.
Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Cek. Okay, good morning everyone. It's such an honor for me to be a moderator in this very first keynote session in ISOICT 2025. So as stated before, in this session we will have keynote speaker, Professor Eisuke Kita from Nagoya University, that will deliver a topic about the IoT and machine learning in sustainable agriculture production. So before I invite Professor Kita, I would like to introduce a short biography from our speaker. So Professor Eisuke Kita is a Dean and Professor at Graduate School of Informatics of Nagoya University. He received his Doctor of Engineering degree from the Graduate School of Engineering of Nagoya University. His research field include mathematical model for vehicle platoon and traffic flow control, vehicle robot platoon simulation, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, and their application to agriculture, computational mechanics, and so on. He has obtained many prizes. For example, Japan Society of Mechanical Engineers as Encouragement Award Research, and the Information Processing Society, Computer Science Committee Encouragement Award, Intelligent Information Fuzzy Society, 13th Intelligent System Symposium Presentation Award, and many more. So in this session, we will listen insightful presentation from our speaker. So I would like to invite Professor Kita to come to the stage. Okay, good morning. Okay, so in this session, we will have 1 hour, so 45 minutes for the presentation and 15 minutes for Q&A session.
Okay.
So please start your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Very kind introduction. This is okay. Thank you very much. This is the first time to visit here, Indonesia. Very good place and so. This one before the COVID-19, about 5 years ago, the Telkom University faculty member visited our university. Now, at that time, I was a vice dean, so I was by there. Then this is so instead my turn to visit here. Then to this, I had one Indonesian student in my PhD course. She is Telkom University's alumna. So then when I come here, I ask her, how about Bandung?
Yes, it's a little bit.
I asked her about the Bandung. So, I asked them which is the hotter, Nagoya, Japan, or Bandung. She said Nagoya. So when I come here, so this city is very cool, good place for us. I really appreciate for me for inviting me here. To giving me this chance to talk about. Thank you very much. Then I'd like to start my presentation. Right? Can you change?
Wait for a moment.
Then I have to take a lot of time before starting. The title of my presentation is, so yes, thank you very much. The title of my presentation is, which? It's okay here. Today I'd like to it's okay, it's okay. No problem. Pointer here, please. Well, maybe
Untuk pakai ini bisa nggak? Pakai itu aja, slide-nya dari sini.
okay. Okay, no problem. Today I'd like to talk about IoT and machine learning for maybe.
Sampai jam berapa berarti? 11. USB-C adapter. Itunya nggak connect lagi. Iya, mau cari.
You mean the solution?
I want to try. Sok sekarang masuk nggak? Mereka bisa ada. Oke.
Thank you very much. I'd like to talk about the IoT and machine learning for the sustainable agriculture production. My co-authors, Mr. Maeda Uchiyama, Mr. Uchiyama, Mr. Goyodani, they're my students. Okay. Firstly, I'd like to say that this work was supported by many Japanese Ministry of the Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries. So, firstly, I have to say thank you very much for your support. The outline of my presentation like this. Firstly, I talk about the background and motivation of the study. Then next, I'd like to show you this IoT system for control the agriculture production using the sensor network, cloud system, and the tablet operating system. For during this system, some elementary technologies are necessary. Basically, for this purpose, the data science using the machine learning techniques are very useful for prediction, the heading day, the harvest day prediction, the disease evaluation, something. As you know, the several sustainable development goals. There are.
Jaringan bermasalah. Jaringannya kurang jelek. Pakai Brody.
Kita pakai kabel aja. Pakai apa? Kabel.
Pakai kabel.
Kabelnya. Siapa?
Ada kabel. HDMI panjang. Yang panjang. Mau jadi apa HDMI?
Yang tadi jadi dipakai.
Ya udah. Ini jadi pakai kabel apa?
Kabel aja.
Pak.
Kita kabel aja.
Bisa pakai kabel.
Kabel bisa.
Ada kabel.
Bisa. Belum cokokin.
Okay, thank you very much. There. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I will start again. Okay. Maybe you know there are many sustainable development goals. Basically, this goal 2, zero hungry. Goal 14, life below water. Goal 15, life on land. They are very structurally related to the development of the agriculture business and the food supply chain. For solving this is a very important point. Then supply chain of the agriculture product is composed of the crop cultivation, processing fresh food, distribution to retail store, and the sales to consumers. This supply chains are basically the same as the industrial products. But to realize this SDG goals, for example, zero hunger or something, the crop cultivation, the food supply chain should be improved. The supply chain of the crops, it means the supply chain of the crops should be transferred from the so-called product out to the market in process. I'd like to compare the supply chain of the industrial products and the agriculture products. They're basically the same. And in the industrial products case, firstly we developed the parts, several parts. Then by parts get transferred to the assembly company, then generated some main parts and the machines, automobiles, someone. Then after that, automobiles are transported to the dealer. Then at the dealer, consumers buy the machines. When to realize the marketing to realize it is necessary to predict the product volume, model the number of vehicles, machines, and the supply date schedule with high accuracy. But in the case of the industrial products, this is very easy. Basically, the supply date is defined as the summation of production dates of the parts and assembly dates and the transportation dates from the factory to the dealer. Basically, such dates, production dates, assembly dates, transportation dates, so basically the constant value, or sometimes very similar, very simple linear function. In the case of the agriculture products, the process is the same. The first is the cultivation of crops. Next, processing is used to generate food from the crops. Then they are transported from the processing and the cultivation, farming from the supermarket. Then consumers buy, get everything. During the marketing system, it is necessary to predict the production volume, length and weight and something, and harvest day with high accuracy. In this case, supply date is summation of the cultivation dates and the processing dates, transportation dates or something. Transportation dates are basically the linear or constant value. That is not difficult to predict. However, the cultivation depends on the date from the seeding date to the harvest date. Prediction of this is very difficult because the grown-up process of the crops depends on the environmental information such as weather, temperature, rainforest, and rain, sunshine over the something. This is very difficult. Because of that, to solve this problem, the data science techniques are very useful. So product out is the system of product out means product and sales are given mainly according to the manufacturer's requirement. But in the marketing system, the product and sales provide what consumers need when they need. So because of that, we have to predict requires of the consumers. After that, we have to control the whole supply chain process. when we realize the market in for the agriculture products, so precious control of the expression date and the cultivation schedule is necessary. This is a very important point. The main, I guess, mainly the two difficult points for the marketing of the agriculture products. One, the expiration date. As you know, the expiration date of the agriculture products is much shorter than that of the industrial products, right? Moreover, crops begin to deteriorate when they harvested. So when the crops are harvested and when we eat the crops, the base, exactly speaking, they are different, not the same. So because of that, the deterioration, right? Of course, sometimes we use the processing from the crops to the food. This is important to extend the expiration date of the crops. However, that is a different point. Food and the crops are different one. The second one is the industrial products are artificial objects. However, the crops are nature. The processing process of the industrial product is easy to predict. However, the growth, the schedule of the crops, cultivation schedule of crops are difficult to predict. Because of that, we use such kind of several kind of data science techniques to predict some. Then let's show, maybe they sometimes talk in Japanese, however. Okay. This is actually how to use our developed IoT systems. So this is agriculture salad spinach greenhouse in Japan, but they have the similar plant near the Bandung, east area of the Bandung. This is Sabra salad spinach. This is grown up in a greenhouse in aqua cultivation system. We can eat this spinach, raw spinach. Very pretty good. If you have a time, please try. Then when we eat this grown up spinach, the Japanese customers' requests are very difficult. We have to control the size, length of the spinach and the weight of the spinach exactly. Because as you know, when we consider industrial products, the size, all size, part size are same. Because of that, we can change the parts if needed. At the same, in the case, the size of the spinach is the same. This is the weight, the size, they are the same. Then we have to control the all, finally obtain the size of the spinach. So this is somehow difficult. Of course, such a weight of the size depends on the weather information. In the summertime, the winter time, the raw data is very different. But we have to predict that one. This is an important point. For that purpose, we need data science techniques. By using this system, they said loss can be reduced by the 35% or the 10%. She's the founder and the CEO of this agriculture business. Of course, the member of co-workers. So they studied, they used the same system in this tablet. Then she put the data when they need how many spinach are necessary, the size should be determined. Of course, she said so. Before that, they have to prepare by themselves, but by using this system, they can predict from the weather data, only weather data, grown up when the harvest time is, when the harvest something. He's also my friend. He's studying to get several data from this field to get and test the system availability. Now, of course, this system can be applied not the other leaf vegetables without the other than the spinach, right? Okay. This is so wrong a little bit of time. I'll change next one. Then basically this system really the three, mainly the three facilities. One to get the current information of crops. It means picture and photo of the status of the crops. Then weather information data such as the sunlight hours, temperature, and something. The second one is this is, I guess, an important point to predict the future situation of the crops. According to these data and several predicted data from the data, when we can get the size of the crops, then at that time, what is the size of the crops, length, and weight? Everything is predicted. Of course, sometimes we need weather forecast and the disease pest data to solve the several problem. Then, if we can predict the data, next we can ask the workers to what should we do the next. According to the data, the system send the next task to change the cultivation environment and the fertilizer, pest and disease, something. This is a home page to give us the current information. The pictures, the temperature, sunshine, weather, everything. Then you can see here the nighttime, daytime data is here. Then this is adequate range of the condition, weather condition. This is predicted status. Maybe everything is written in Japanese. But this is accumulated temperature here. Usually the accumulated temperature is very important information for crop cultivation. Then this is you can see here in these figures, two curves. One is the red curve, denotes ideal case of the accumulated temperature here. This is the blue line is the current status. In this case, unfortunately, in this case, current status is a little worse than the ideal cases. According to this situation, finally data is run here. Green is the predicted data. According to these data, what should we do? The task for the workers changed here. This is work tasks. They are the change according to the actual situation. Then according to the difference between them, this is sometimes updated. Okay. Therefore, for realizing this system, we developed this type of system. Somehow too complicated, I think now. This is a greenhouse. You can see a camera, the sensors. But to tell us now, I think sensor system is not necessary for this purpose. because the sensor system is too expensive for agriculture business. The camera, only now we consider to use the camera, but now this system has the camera and sensors. Then this is the cloud system, AWS. At least three systems exist here. One is the main system. This is the control of everything. This is the external system linkage system. This system gathers information from the cameras and the sensors. Then, according to the main system requests, this system gives the information to the main system. Then main system predicts the future situation. Sometimes this system uses a computing server behind. Then results are sent according to through the application tablet linkage system through the workers. This is so. The reason why we divide the three systems here, you don't hear the external system linkage here. This is because sometimes data size of the I can see. Sometimes data size from the greenhouse is very big, including many camera picture, the video, something. Of course, in the fields, ICT system, including Wi-Fi, is not so good, sometimes very poor. Because of that, this system is separated from the main system, because if all the one, it takes a very long time to do everything. Because of that, user has to wait a long time until getting the information from the tablet. So at least three systems exist here. Then to deal with this system, we have to develop several prediction techniques according to the data science ideas. One is paddy rice cultivation. Of course, paddy rice cultivation is a very popular, very important business in agriculture, Japanese agriculture, also Indonesia. Then, firstly, we developed this type of scheduler. Everything is written in Japanese, but this scheduler web system to change according to the weather information, what should we do? Then, in Japan, the cultivation process of paddy rice is like this. Seeding, after sprouting the small plants grown up in a nursery field few weeks. After that, plants are transparent to the main field until the heading, nurturing, and harvest. At least totally, a few months, it takes some 2 months. Then to deal with this problem, we have to first gather several kinds of the data. Several kinds of paddy rice data are gathered, koshihikari, kunihikari. Maybe you know the very popular Japanese paddy rice. Then from the 1986 to now, several data are gathered. Then they are rearrange something according to the several data. I'd like to skip. And of course, some outlier data should be removed. This is so-called pre-processing of data science. Then heading day prediction. For this, in this case, we tried as the explanatory battery, we take the as a weather data, maximum, minimum temperature, and the sunlight hours 3. Then as a cultivation data, the year, sowing style, potting method, fertilization, everything. Then position of the field position is the latitude, longitude. These data are gathered. Then maybe we use for this purpose finally 5,000 data. Then, however, of course we can use the daily data as a weather data. Maximum, minimum temperature, sunlight hours, we can get this daily data. But in that case, too much in the explanatory variable. Because of that, we have to recalculate from each daily data to the accumulated data. We try the 3 pattern 1 to 3. In the one pattern, in the case of one planting, from the planting date to the ripening dates, evaluated as only one variable. So this case, 3 variables are calculated from the weather data. In the pattern 2, planting date to heading date and heading date to ripening days are different. So this case, weather data is 6. Next, in the pattern 3, the planting date and heading date are divided into the 2, and the heading date to ripening date also divided to 2. Then we tried these 3 cases. So we could prepare the accuracy. The good results obtained in this case, pattern 2. This is pretty good. Especially the next one is pattern 3 a bit. This means of course, when we try use the daily data as the explanatory variable, so we can take many variables. However, instead of that, accumulated value, if the accumulated value is used from each data, so it is better than the raw daily data. Then this is variable importance. In the 3 cases, sunshine time, maximum temperature, and minimum temperature, 3 variables are very important. So this is of course, matter of course. Next, I'd like to show you the spinach calculation cases. This is now I showed you the video. This case, we use the video pictures of the spinach. From this picture, we predict the harvest date. This is actual image. This image is taken from the fixed camera from here this way every hours at this plant factory. Then this place is taken as a photo to this study. Then this is the photo of the image taken at the starting the harvesting. There are no spinach here. This is a harvest date, grown up the spinach. Then we can take these data every day. Then this photo is taken the explanatory variables. Then the object variable is a growth rate G. Growth rate G is given by this equation here. T0 is the date of the starting the harvesting. Starting the cultivation. T1 is the harvest date. T is the date when the photo is taken. G is the objective variable, then photo is the explanatory variable. This is the convergence speed of the loss function of this model. We tried several ideas, typical traditional ideas, match regression, random forest, XGBoost, and CNN. This is a training data case results. This is the test data case results. You can see here in the test data case, CNN is a pretty good result shows. R2 value is 0.91, pretty good. Now we do this, improve this system. Finally, we get the R2 value is 0.9, maybe 97. This is prediction result in CNN here. left figure is so training data case, right figure is the test data case. Each figure is plotted as a correct value as the horizontal axis, vertical value as predicted value as the vertical axis. You can see pretty good. In this case, we use the three models, VGG16, mobile net, and exception. Best results obtained in this case, VGG16. Now we tried other models, of course, including vision transformer something. From this is growth rate. From this equation, we can get T1. T1 is harvest day from this equation. When we use this equation, and G is obtained from the photo, so we can predict the T1 from this equation, right? So this is a predicted result. This figure shows this figure plotted as elapsed time from the start of cultivation as a horizontal axis, and harvest time as a vertical axis. Green block line denotes exact value. This case about 21 days from the starting to the harvest. Then red line denotes the estimated value from this equation. So you can see until the 200, about 220 hours, about 10 days, until 10 days, accuracy is not so good. However, after that, accuracy is almost similar, about 21 or 23 or something. Finally, I'd like to explain the brown spot leaf disease prediction evaluation from the RGB data.
I'm sorry, Professor. 5 minutes remaining.
Not 5 minutes? Okay. Then I'd like to finish it. Maybe because of some trouble, so I have to skip the something. So, this talk is not included in my. This is additional one, because I don't know that my talk time is not so long, 1 hour, so I have to keep on there. But this is basically main idea is sorry, too fast. Color data is very important to predict something of the crops. Please remember, consider the tomato. Tomato fruits is usually first green, finally red. Therefore, color image is useful to predict ripen. However, unfortunately, in Japan, sometimes we took the tomato fruits as green. Then, when they are transported from the field to the seller, it's grown up to red, dry. Therefore, we cannot use the color data for this purpose. But this idea is basically a simple idea to cultivation process, because as I said to you, data size is a very important problem. I'd like to need special system and techniques in this sense. So because that, in this case, we tried the same idea to evaluate the disease, leaf disease here. Of course, this case results are pretty good results we can obtain. Right. Okay, thank you. This is my.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, it's several problems, so because of that.
Okay.
If you have a question, please give me.
Thank you very much for very insightful presentation. So we will move to Q&A session. I invite participants here to ask question to our speaker. You can raise your hand for asking. Okay, any question? Okay, please.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof, for the presentation earlier. Actually, I just have a quick question. I have a student actually working on this area as well. but it's just that she's working on lettuce plant.
Lettuce.
Yeah, okay, it's a vegetable. So I'd just like to check with you, maybe you can advise, what is the best practice actually to use any methods where they can detect any kinds of insect or a kind of like a, I don't know, maybe a worm where it actually causes the growth of the lettuce plant to be destroyed. So is there any method where we can use to actually explore on this area?
India.
Maybe any different types of vegetables, is not just specifically only on lettuce.
Yeah, lettuce is also ground or the plant.
Yes, it's a type of vegetable.
In the plant cases, the same idea they used to. I guess that system is applied lettuce system. Of course, this is when I show the spinach cultivation system. The leaves for the leaf crops, the same system is applicable. However, the tomato and the cucumber something little different because they are the fruits, vegetables. Fruits grown up system is a little bit different from the leaf. Okay. Leaf are just grown up itself, but the fruits are after grown up itself, then get the fruits. The same as the rice, paddy rice.
All right.
So, but the same idea they apply applicable. I think so.
Okay. All right. Maybe just a follow-up one. In terms of like spinach, right? Do you have like a specific area to focus on? How well is the growth of the spinach itself, or it's a wide area of coverage for your model that you're using?
Wide?
Yeah, because like a certain plant, we need to look into the estimation of the growth, right? Where it can, there is certain time where we need to make sure that we already cultivate them. So is there like a special parameters that we need to focus on? How is the growth of the plant is going to be observed?
Oh, yes. What should in Japan, we tried the same system in whole Japan. Northern Japan, southern Japan.
Okay.
5 fields. Then we can get the similar results. And in the northern Japan, the accuracy is pretty good. They said error is 0%, almost 0. The southern area, the error is a little bit bigger, about 10%. But the 10% is, if you think the 10% is okay, we can give the such accuracy. But to get such results, the weather information prediction is important.
Okay.
If you in India can give us at least accurate weather information. Of course, we can get such a weather information from the satellite system.
Okay.
So we can realize by using this system. I think so. I hope so.
All right. Thank you, Prof, for the sharing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we still have for one question. Okay, please.
First of all, thank you for the nice presentation, Kita Sensei. Right. I have actually 2 questions. The first one is, how did you take into account the changing variable, like weather and fluctuating temperature, for example? How do you incorporate that to the system? That would be my first question.
Oh, yes. According to this question, I have asked, my system uses weather information, public weather information system around. According to this, we predict inside weather of the greenhouse. Then according to the inside weather prediction, the grown-up is predicted, right? And therefore, that I guess outside weather prediction forecast is accurate. Our system can do that everything.
Okay, thank you. So does it mean like the prediction change over time? So it's happening on a daily basis?
Okay. Pardon?
Because you take into account the change in weather, for example. So does it predict, like, does the prediction update it every time?
Of course, I hope so.
Okay, okay, thank you. And second question, if I may. Okay, the second question is because you mentioned the accuracy is 17%, 70%, right? So what does that mean? Does it change the date of the harvest, or what is the impact of that accuracy to the real life implication for the farmers?
You mean so? What does it mean? So 30%.
Yes. What is the impact of that accuracy to the real life harvest?
What should I do? Of course, in agriculture products, of course, industrial products also the same, but we have to develop much more than the demand, because we have to what should I say? We have to give according to the demand enough value, enough amount of crops to the customers, consumers. Because of that, when the rate of the grown-up crops is very high, there are many crops exist, but we cannot buy such many crops because what they are according to the it is a loss of the something. So to save the such a loss, the name of the 30% means such loss. Maybe okay. My explanation is not so exact. Maybe after discussion, I like to discuss again after presentation.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Actually, it's interesting discussion, but unfortunately, time is up for this session. So once again, thank you, Professor Kita, for insightful presentation and also interesting discussion. And also, I have to close this session, the first keynote session. Thank you very much. I will return this event to Master of Ceremony.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a warm applause. So, Professor Asuki Kita, please kindly stay on the stage, and also to our moderator, Dr. Isman Kurniawan, please kindly stay on the stage as we're about to give the token of appreciation. Would like to invite our speaker to stay on the stage, and the appreciation will be awarded by Dean of Faculty of Information Science and Technology, Multimedia University, Malaysia, Associate Professor Technologist, Dr. Siti Fatimah Abdul Razak. Would like to kindly invite our speaker and also moderator to stand on the center of the stage. And the first token of appreciation will be delivered to our speaker, Professor Asuki Kita. And would like to invite our documentation team to highly capture this historical moment. Okay, thank you. And the next is delivering the souvenir. This is one of the traditional angklung, musical instrument from West Java. Thank you. And the next token of appreciation will be delivered to our moderator, Dr. Isman Kurniawan. Please, Associate Professor Isman Kurniawan, PhD, to accept the token of appreciation and certificate as a highly appreciation for your contribution as the moderator. And for the last chance, we would like to kindly invite our speaker, Professor Asuki Kita, also to take a photo session with the Dean of Faculty of Information Science and also the moderator as well. All right, so I think it's beautiful. Oh, okay, ladies in the center. Okay, all right, so please allow me to count 1 to 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. That was very beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a round of applause for this amazing session. So we believe that every one of us have gained insightful knowledge from Professor Asuki Kita for this amazing session, and we hope that it will be implemented in our real life. Thank you once again, Professor. So ladies and gentlemen, we have gained a lot and also much knowledge from the previous session. And we're truly honored to gain this from our professor. And now we're moving on to the next agenda, that is keynote session 2, which will be presented by Associate Professor Dr. Afizan Azman from Taylor's University, Selangor, Malaysia, on the topic of future directions of AI and societal impact project. And this session will be led by our interactive moderator. So before that, please allow me to introduce our moderator's profile to every one of you. Our moderator will be Associate Professor Dr. Bayu Ervianto, SSI MSc, and he's an Associate Professor in Cyber Physical System. He graduated from the Department of Mathematics, Majoring in Computer Science, Universitas Pajajaran, Bandung, Indonesia in 1999 for his Bachelor of Science. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Bayu Ervianto continued his master's degree in telematics, University Twente, the Netherlands from 2002 to 2004, and master's degree in information technology from University Teknologi Petronas Malaysia in 2007 and 2009. Amazing. And he received his doctoral degree in electrical engineering and informatics, majoring in multi-agent for corporation control from School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics, Institut Teknologi Bandung in 2017. Dr. Bayu Ervianto is a lecturer since 2002 at Telkom University. He is now with Doctoral School of Informatics, and his current research interests are in the field of intelligent sensor data fusion, including motion tracking analysis using vision sensor, and physical and environmental monitoring. And Dr. Bayu Ervianto is a member of IEEE IoT Society, IEEE Sensor Council, ACM, and ICOT. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's welcome our moderator, Dr. Bayu Ervianto.
Thank you very much, Bu Yayan, for nice introductions and very cheerful and powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers, and also distinguished guests, lecturers, and students. In this second sessions, we will have a presentation from Dr. Afizan, Associate Professor Dr. Afizan. I will introduce his profile. Associate Professor TES Dr. Afizan Azman is academic and director for Impact Lab Digital Innovation and Smart Society at Taylor's University, Selangor, Malaysia. He was former Deputy Vice Chancellor at University College of Islam Malacca, and then Malaysia, and is known as University Malacca Unimel. Previously, he was president, chief of executive of Malacca International College of Science and Technology. In research, Associate Professor Afizan Azman has actively doing research in the field of AI, data analytics, and vehicle technology. He was awarded with 2 research grants from Telkom Malaysia, TM, for 2 projects: connected car services, automatic facial expression recognition for driver satisfaction detection, and for vehicle data analytics, and fatigue attentive system driver or FATs. He was also a project member to many more research projects under FRGS, Multimedia University, University Melaka, and Kementerian Perumahan and Kerajaan Tempatan. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Professor Afizan Azman. So Professor Afizan Azman will have 1 hour, 45 minutes for a presentation, and 15 minutes for question and answer. Okay, thank you. Please.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning everyone. Salam sore. And my name is Hafizan Azman. I'm from Telkom University and currently I'm the director for the Impact Lab Digital Innovation and Smart Society from the Telkom University and also one of the docent or lecturers in the School of Computer Science. So before I start, I'm going to press 45 minutes just to make sure that I don't go beyond 45 minutes so that we can have enough time for the Q&A or any kind of question that you guys wanted to ask to me later on. Yeah. So before I start, I just wanted to ask maybe to the MC just now. Until now, I still do not know what does it mean by the Sampurasun. What is it? The answer is Rampes, but what does it mean actually? Hi. Sampurasun is hi. Oh, okay. Then Rampes is hi back. Hi back. Okay. Okay, that's a very wonderful language that we learned today. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And today I'm going to talk about this topic, future directions of the AI in the societal project. For your information, this topic is very close to me. And this is actually one of the important directions that we are doing in Telkom University. And I believe that like what Professor Asuka Kita from Nagoya talking about in the UN SDG. So my topic also is actually related to the UN SDG. So before we actually go to my slides, I just want to highlight to every one of you that today's presentations on this topic, I'm going to focus on number one, a few projects that we are doing. It's an ongoing. They are actually our ongoing projects under our Impact Lab Digital Innovation and Smart Society. And then at the same time, after some elaborations on the projects, perhaps you guys can actually understand how this project is actually important, especially in the concepts or the themes of our conference today. I believe that today's conference theme is actually on the sustainable of intelligence. So we hope from the project that we're going to share with all of you can actually relate to the topics or the themes that we want to focus on today on the sustainable of intelligence. We know that in terms of artificial intelligence, everybody here in this room or anywhere else can actually talk all the technicals, technical knowledge, technical skills, have a very good technical skills in the artificial intelligence. But the most important thing that we sometimes forget is actually how to make it sustainable. Okay, so that is actually the thing that we want to focus on this topic that I'm going to present to all of you. So I'm going to focus on the projects, and then later on from the projects itself, we try to dive in and then discuss on how to make sure that this project can actually lead to the sustainable of our world. Yeah. So I'm going to start. Okay, similar issue. Okay. With our Prime Minister's, I'm going to quote our Prime Minister's statement where he delivered this speech in APEC CEO Summit 2024. And during this speech, he mentions about the importance of this artificial intelligence. Okay, he said that if we want to ensure that an emerging economy succeeds, we have to remain competitive and sustainable. Then it has to be a quantum leap. AI, of course, is actually the answer for now. So this is actually an important statement that he actually delivered to all the participants during the summit because of, in terms of the sustainability, it is not just about the projects that we are having. It's not just about the applications or system that we develop. Because for us to talk about the sustainability, it involves the communities, it involves the environment, it involves the technology and innovation. I think all of us in this room, we all sometimes only focus on the two things at the bottom, technology and innovation. And sometimes some of us forgot to actually relate it to the communities and environment. Because when it comes to the sustainability, communities and environment is very, very important. So that's the reason why in Telkom University, we have this initiative called as Telkom Impact Lab. Okay, and under this Teles Impact Lab, we are doing so many projects under different Impact Lab, and I'm going to talk about that later on. But before we go to this Teles Impact Lab initiative that is also part of our business plan for 2025 until 2030, I'm going to give you guys some example of the common problem that I believe happen in Malaysia and as well in Indonesia. Maybe in Japan, you guys, Prof. Isuka and also Prof. Toru, maybe this is not a very common issue because you have a very good artificial intelligence system for the flood detections. But for us in Malaysia and also in Indonesia, this is a very common problem that we always face every year. Can anyone predict or tell me what is actually the problem that I want to highlight here? Anybody? On the flood. Yeah, and I believe that in Indonesia also flood is a very common thing. Yeah, so, and it is actually a very big impact to our communities, to our environment, and especially to our environment, to our government. For your information, that picture was taken in 2024 in Malaysia. This is a flood happened in November 2024. In Malaysia, this high, heavy monsoons rain always happen towards the end of the year, and this is in 2024, last year. Okay, and this flood was happened in last year and affected around 95,000 of our own people in Malaysia. And then that is actually risen up to more than, I think, so let me get the numbers, 148,000 of evacuees, okay, from our own people in Malaysia, including Kelantan, Terengganu, Pahang, Johor, and even my own state in Melaka. This is about the people who've been affected by the flood. Okay, and then government itself, through these issues that we always face every year, okay, our government has to spend around 933.4 million every year. Okay, just this is actually around USD 210 to 218 millions every year just to spend on the infrastructure, to repair the infrastructure, to repair the damages through this flood. And I believe that this is actually a very, very big impact to our government, to our communities, and of course to all people. Okay? And until now, this is actually a problem that I believe that, especially in Malaysia, we still face almost every year. So that's the reason why, through our initiative, okay, in Teles University, we have this Impact Lab. We have Impact Labs, a few Impact Labs I'm going to go through with you guys later on, are focusing on how we can actually use artificial intelligence to ensure that this problem won't be repeated anymore. Okay, so that is actually what I'm going to discuss with you guys today on how AI can actually be used for the sustainabilities in the intelligence system. Yeah, for the communities, for the environment. Okay, so this is actually what I'm going to highlight. Yeah, this is one of the initiatives that we had in Teles University. And this initiative we call as the Teles Impact Lab. Under Teles Impact Lab, we have around 11 numbers of Impact Lab cover from active aging, clean technology, digital health and medical advancement. Myself is the leader on the digital innovation and smart society, educations for all, eradicating poverty, food security, livable urban communities, and then we also have this peace, justice, and also the sustainabilities, tourism. And if let's say anybody of you guys wanted to know more details about this Impact Lab initiative under our university, you can actually go through the links that I provided in my links down there, and then maybe you can have some idea on how our Impact Lab our Impact Labs initiative, especially on the digital innovation and smart society, focusing on AI, okay, on the smart system to ensure that it can bring the sustainability to our communities and also environment. Okay, I'm going to share this book later on to maybe Dr. Bayu. Okay, and then this book also explains a little bit about our initiative, a few projects that we already had with all of these Impact Labs, 11 Impact Labs that we had in the Teles University, and how the projects under each of these Impact Labs can actually help on the sustainability of our world's communities and also environment. Again, the keywords of my speech today is actually to highlight, okay, how the innovations, how the AI, how the technology can be used for the sustainability. Okay, we know that every one of us in this room have a very good technical skills, have very good, understandings on the technical knowledge and everything. But sometimes we forgot on how to make sure that that knowledge, that skill that we applied can be sustainable to our communities and also environment. So that is actually the most important things that we want to highlight here. So since most of us here in this room and also the other room, I believe, are from the universities, so I'm going to share with you guys our experience, especially under this TELUS Impact Lab initiatives as a university, okay, including the lecturers, including our management and also students in the university, to make sure that the intelligence system that we develop together in the university can be sustainable and be used by our communities and also societies. Yeah. So far, we have started this project in 2022, October. Till then, we already had 124 impact projects, and then 43 numbers of programs involved in our bachelor's program in our university with 137 modules, and 16,615 numbers of students have been involved to develop the projects itself. And then we also have been collaborated with more than 18,000 numbers of individual partners, 177 partners of industries and also organizations. And we had won a few more than 15 numbers of awards since 2022 during these establishments of these Impact Labs. Okay, for your information, through these Impact Lab projects, okay, this is actually what I mentioned about sustainability. Our role as the university, as an academic institution, is actually to ensure that our students, our lecturers are not just good in terms of technical knowledge, but we want to make sure that our students and also our lecturers and everyone involved in the university can also participate to make sure that the communities and the environments, our environment, can be kept safe until the rest of the world, until the rest of the year, many years. Okay, we don't want whatever that we had developed until today, at the end of the day, just stop. Okay, because I think many academicians, many researchers, they maybe just like to focus on writing publications, doing on the research work, applying for the research grant, and etc., etc. But we forgot about this sustainability. Yeah, so this is actually the initiative that we had. Okay, through this initiative, okay, I'm going to talk about 3 important projects that we already had in our TELUS Impact Lab Digital Innovation and Smart Society. That is actually the Impact Lab focusing on the AI driven. Okay, there are many more projects that we already been developed together with our students and also our lecturers. But these are the 3 important projects that I want to highlight here that I believe can actually be shared to all of you. And I believe that during the previous keynote speaker's speech, he already talked about the system on the agriculture. That is also one part of the project that we're also doing in our TELUS University's Impact Lab Digital Innovation and Smart Society. But I'm not going to cover on that part of the project, because these are the 3 important projects that I would like to share with all of you. So at the end of the day, we can actually together identify and learn how we can actually make sure that this project can be collectively developed together with our partners from Indonesia, from Japan, and many other countries. Yeah. For the first project that I want to highlight here is actually what we call as a MyEVAC. MyEVAC is actually a project that I'm doing together with Dr. Husna. Dr. Husna also is our hub leader of AI and big data under our Digital Innovation and Smart Society. And this project is actually to cater the problems of the flood issues that we had every year. Now, the things that we wanted to highlight under this MyEVAC project, I know that even in Indonesia, in Japan, many of you already know many types of application system to detect flood. Right? You are using artificial intelligence to detect flood. So what is actually so special about this MyEVAC project that we already developed together with our students, okay, because we embed every project under our Impact Lab into our students' module, is actually we are focusing on the natural language processing and also computer visions. I believe in Indonesia, you guys also using WhatsApp? WhatsApp is a very common way on how you want to communicate, right? And I believe also this is a very common platform or social media platform where you share all the informations. So in Malaysia also, WhatsApp is the main platform for us to share informations. So through natural language processing, where we extract text from the WhatsApp and also computer vision, images or videos that that the residents, the affected residents affected by the flood, share the videos and also images will be extracted from the WhatsApp itself and then learned through the AI system that we develop. Okay, we don't want to actually create another system which is actually later on not going to be used by the communities, because the reason why we are using WhatsApp platform is like what I mentioned, sustainability. And we know that WhatsApp is going to be used in Malaysia for a long time. Okay? That's the reason why we use WhatsApp to collect the information on the text and also images and videos. So through the algorithm that we develop with our own students, okay, we come up with this project called MyEvac. And this MyEvac is actually a project that we developed together, and then we got partnership with a few NGOs and also institutions. For example, like Mercy Malaysia. We know that in I'm not sure in Indonesia, but Mercy Malaysia is also a very well-known NGOs for volunteerism. In Malaysia, every time when flood happened, Mercy Malaysia is always come out to volunteer and help our affected residents area. So we developed an apps, this MyEvac apps also for volunteers. Sometimes, whenever the flood happened to certain area, volunteers also did not know how to help the residents. Correct or not? The residents itself doesn't know how to actually evacuate. Okay, so through this AI modeling or system that we develop under this MyEvac apps, we allow the volunteers, we allow also the residents learn how they can actually evacuate from the affected area. Okay, so in this MyEvac apps also, we had this concept also used in Japan called town watching. Okay, in Japan, we learned this technology from Japan also. This town watching concept was actually implemented and started in Japan, where the Japanese will actually identify the affected areas on flood before and then learned about the environments or the areas of these flood affected. Yeah. From there, in that town watching concept, we will identify any places, any trees, any blockage, any building that can actually be marked inside our apps, so to ensure that whenever the evacuation need to be happened for the residents and also volunteers, they will follow exactly how to evacuate from the affected area. So this is actually using artificial intelligence. Okay, and this is actually also related to our UNSDG number 3, 11, and also 13. Okay, it is important, like I said, any application, systems, project that we are doing, we are always focusing on how to make sure that it is actually have the sustainability approach. Yeah, that is actually the first project. The other two projects that we also had is actually on the TalkBeam. TalkBeam is actually a project that we developed for the sign language. In Indonesia, you guys also have a sign language for the deaf community? Yeah. But do you guys have any apps for you guys to understand sign language in Indonesia? So far, many applications that we found here are actually for education. It's actually developed for you to learn the sign language. There are many, they are everywhere. But under this TalkBeam project, and we believe we are going to patent this project soon. This is actually a project for us to develop sign language for Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia, and we believe we are the second one after ASL, American Sign Language. American Sign Language already come out with a real-time communications modeling for them to detect the sign language in a real time. So it is not just for the purpose of education, it is also for the communication, which I believe this is very important, more important than the education itself. Now, let me give you some situations. For example, for us, we can speak, we can talk, we can be on live on TikTok, Facebook, or on any social media platform to do our business, to sell our products online, correct or not? But how can you imagine how the deaf people want to do their businesses online? That required a real-time communication, and that is actually artificial intelligence. So through this Top Beam project, we had developed this real-time communications algorithm to detect sign language for Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia. And this project, of course, focusing on the Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia itself, but we wanted to actually expand this project with in collaboration with more partners, especially Indonesia, India, and many more other countries. So this is actually something that we also do for the communities and also for our societies. And I believe myself, this is actually also an impactful project that we hope at the end of the day can bring benefits to not just the deaf community, but also to the hearing communities. So far, for this Top Beam project, we already had won a gold award for ITEX this year, 2025. And this project also has collaborated with MyBeam. MyBeam is actually an association for deaf community people in Malaysia. Okay, so we develop and focusing on the Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia, not just to educate people on how to do signing in the Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia, but also to convert, to translate sign language into text. So then the deaf community can communicate with the hearing community. And in the second phase, we wanted to do the other way around. Okay, from the hearing community to the deaf community. So this is actually a project also that we considered as part of the importance project under Impact Labs. Yeah. The third project, sorry, I didn't change the titles. Yeah. The third project is actually on the SMEs data analytic. This is also on the intelligence, AI and also AI using the AI applications. So I believe that in Indonesia, this is not my first time in Indonesia. Yeah, Bandung last time was actually like my second home. Almost every year when I was with MMU, I came to Bandung almost every year. So I know very well Braga. I know very well Lembang. Pasar Baru is my favorite place. And we're going to go there with all delegates from Malaysia to the Pasar Baru on this coming Thursday. So this is actually a project that we want to help the SMEs, the small, medium enterprises. Now, when we talk about the small, medium enterprises, sometimes we know that people, like I said, people know the skills, people know about the knowledge, but how to make sure that that skill, that knowledge can be sustainable. That is the most important things. Okay, through this SME data analytics project that we had done under the Impact Lab Digital Innovation and Smart Society, we help the small, medium enterprises in Malaysia to understand about their businesses. Yeah, so what we do, we collect their data from social media platform, from their business records or anywhere that they can share with us, and then our own students will actually do the analytic. They will actually try to understand what is the problem on these SMEs in Malaysia. Okay, so this problem will be identified by our students, and then through the data analytics using the machine learning algorithm, they will also recommend some proposed solution to the SME on how they can actually increase the numbers of sales daily, monthly, or even annually. Yeah, so this is also a project that we had done so far for 2 years since we started Impact Lab. So we already started this project with more than 20 numbers of SMEs, and then we already had more than 10 numbers of MOUs and also agreements since 2023. So this is actually a project that we wanted to make sure that the SME understand what they are doing with the businesses. Trust me, okay, through this project, we identified many SMEs, they know that they had their data, they have the records, they have all the receipts, but they don't understand even to calculate how to do the profit and loss calculations. Number one. Number two, they had the social media platform. They read all the comments from the netizens or even from the users online on their social media platform, but they didn't know whether that comment is a positive sentiment or negative sentiments. Yeah, so through our projects, this data analytics on the SME, we teach our students to actually extract the information from the data given by the SMEs, either from the social media platform or through their business records. And then we want our students learn how they can actually help these SMEs. Now, I know that some of you may ask, how you want to make sure that the SME later on will be able to use these systems, after our students finish or completed the project with them. So through this project, data analytics on the SME, we also develop a system using artificial intelligence where the SMEs can actually upload their data or their business record into the system, and they can just use it to make sure that they can understand about how they perform in their businesses. Okay, so that is very, very important because, like I said, we can sell product, we can do businesses, but until when? The sustainability, the keywords again on the sustainability. So this is the kind of way on how we want to help our SMEs in Malaysia to sustain their businesses until the end. Okay, we want to make sure that their businesses can actually not just profit them, but also to our communities. Okay, so this is actually a few examples of projects that we already started doing it with our students and also our lecturers in Talis University. Now, the other project that I didn't include in here is what we call as an intelligent road safety management system. This morning, I had a chance of breakfast with Dr. Sumindra. We talked about this project on how to detect a pothole. Earlier, I had a discussion with your Vice Rector, Prof. Dr. Paman, talking about this pothole detection. And I believe that pothole issues also happen in Indonesia. In Malaysia, even in our own capital city, Kuala Lumpur, the pothole is everywhere. And I believe that is also one of the reasons for the flood. So we had this project called this IRSMS, Intelligent Road Safety Management System, where we wanted to detect the pothole around the cities itself. How we actually do these detections. Earlier when I talked to Dr. Sumindra this morning, the project that we started was actually use the vehicles. We want to put the hardware, the sensors, the cameras on the vehicles. But let me ask you, you as the users or the owners of your own vehicle, do you like people to put cameras on your vehicles? Definitely no. Definitely no. But of course, this project is still ongoing. Of course, there are many discussion that we are still doing together with my team. A few options other than just use these hardwares installed on your vehicles. We also discuss about using the drones technology. Okay, where this drone can actually go around the cities and identify any pothole. And then Dr. Sumir also talked about this using sensors on the vibrations. Then we come up with the ideas on how we can develop an apps where the apps can actually collect the data on the vibration itself. And I believe that using the apps is even more easier and even more acceptable by the users or the owners of the vehicle rather than using the sensors or cameras installed onto your vehicles, right? So this is the kind of things that we also use and we also develop together with our own students and also our lecturers to make sure that we are not just helping people, but we also wanted to help our government to make sure that all the issues on this pothole can be solved in the future. Now, that is actually the first part of my discussion today, where I've already presented a few projects to all of you about what we are doing with the Impact Lab Digital Innovation and Smart Society. Now I'm moving on to the second part. I only have 17 more minutes to go. The second part of my speech is actually focusing on how we as the university people can actually contribute to this sustainability. Like I said, when we talk about sustainability, it's not just about developing the apps. It's not just about coming out with the modeling. It's not just about create a new algorithm for your systems, but it's about on how to make sure that these apps, this system, this project can be used for a long terms of time. That is the most important thing. And this idea under this Impact Lab initiative, when we started, we are the first one in Malaysia actually started on this UN SDG. And then by now in Malaysia, every university in Malaysia now has been forced by our MQA is what? Malaysian Qualifications Agency, MQA. correct? To actually include UN SDG in every of our modules. So we want to make sure that our students not just learn technical knowledge, not just learn on the skills development, but also learn how to make sure that they can contribute to the communities and also environment. So this is actually how we do our projects in Thales University. Through this initiative of Impact Lab, we, under our Digital Innovation and Smart Society Impact Lab, we had secured a few grants, we had published a few articles, okay, focusing on the project, only on the project that we already developed. And then in terms of education so far, we had 4 purpose-led learning, we call as a purpose-led learning modules, where every modules in our university must be embedded with the UN SDG, including their final year project or capstones project. Every project they are doing, their assignments for every module is no longer a normal conventional assignments where you have to do on paper, submit and done, full stop. Right? But now, the directions of this Thales Impact Lab initiative, every modules in Thales University must be embedded with UN SDG, where the lecturers need to find partners and also beneficiaries. So we need to identify who wanted to collaborate with our projects and also who want to use the project to make sure that we are no longer doing or developing a project for what in Malaysia we call shop sendiri. I don't know what you call in Indonesia. Huh? Kaget. Yeah. So we don't want that kind of projects anymore. We want to make sure that that project is at the end of the day going to benefit the communities and also to the society. So that's the reason why every module that we had now been embedded with the UN SDGs. Yeah, this is a few talks, a few articles that we had been published through all the years since we started. There are many more, then since we started on this initiative of the Impact Lab projects. And I believe that this is the kind of awareness that we wanted to share to all of you. So what I'm doing here, standing here, thanks to Dr. Sumendra for the invitations, thanks to ICT for the invitations also, because we want to create awareness. Like I said, we are no longer focusing only on the developments of the knowledge, skills development. But now we have to move forwards into something that we want to make sure that the knowledge and the skill that our students learned and developed can be sustainable. We have to remember, myself is 44 years old. Maybe next year I'm no longer here in the world. We want to make sure that our students can actually continue whatever that we have been developed so far to make sure that they can also contribute to the community's environments for the many of years. Yeah, so this is actually a few initiatives that we had done. Now, talking about that initiative, this is how I want to call up to all of you, especially delegates from Indonesia or even from Japan. We hope that we can actually collaborate with all of you to ensure that whatever we are doing in Thales universities also now can be also do in another university. We have 2 focuses on how we want to collaborate. Number 1 is actually on the purpose-led learning. I've talked to Dr. Bayu just now about how we can actually do co-supervisions with the postgraduate students. But for your information, all the project that I showed to all of you earlier was actually done by our bachelor's degree students. They are not PhD project, they are not undergraduates, master's project. They are our own undergraduates project. So we hope that this can also be shared to Telkom University. Maybe we can actually discuss after this on how we can also create a few more modules under this purpose-led learning in Telkom University. So we can have this thing we call as a translational research. Yeah, because in earlier of our times, we all only focusing on the academic research. We publish paper, we come up with new algorithm, and that's it, done. But now we wanted to make sure that that algorithm that we developed, that knowledge that we had can be translated into communities and also society. That's number 1. Number 2, under this initiative, we had this thing called as the Global Impact Labs University Network. We call in a short form GEANS. Yeah, and for your informations, we had identified, Telkom University also as one of our partners in under this Global Impact Lab network. Yeah, so we hope that, I believe that our top management have talked to your top management on how we can actually collaborate on this Global Impact Lab Networks initiative. Again, under this Global Impact Lab initiative is actually, we want to focus on the sustainability. Okay, we want to make sure that the project that we do with your students, with your docents, can actually be sustainable. Okay, so we had identified a few universities around the world. I'm so sorry, the words is quite small, but if you want the slide, I can share with all of you. So we had identified more than 10 numbers of universities in the world to ensure that we can have this initiative on the Global Impact Labs Network initiative to be done with other universities. We want to share the knowledge also. We have to remember, when we want to talk about sustainability, it's about sharing. We cannot be too exclusive. When we want to sustain anything in this world, it's always about sharing. So we want to share this initiative with all other universities to make sure that at the end of the day, we can also help our communities and also societies. So a few initiatives have been taken since we started this initiative on the Impact Lab. So we had published the book itself. I can share the book later on to Dr. Bayu, and maybe later on, if let's say you wanted more of the books, maybe we can post to Telkom University. So you guys can have a look on how we can develop these initiatives on this Impact Lab on the sustainability. Yeah, so a few workshops has been done. We collaborated with many universities on the workshop itself to make sure that our students, our docents, or our lecturers aware about how we want to share this knowledge to other people. Yeah. Okay. Last but not least, like I said, in our initiatives of this Impact Lab, TELUS Impact Lab initiative, we are focusing on the education, research, and also leadership. And I believe Telkom Universities also considered all this as your KPIs, part of your important achievement that every one of you need to achieve. Your lecturers need to achieve. And everywhere we go in the universities in the world, these are actually the most important thing that they wanted to focus on. So we don't forget about this. Even though the initiative that we had on the Impact Lab is actually something is focusing on the UN SDG, but we still had education, research, and also leadership as part of the achievement that every one of us in TELUS University need to achieve. Under the education, we had the initiative called Purpose-Led Learning. Under the research, we had this translational research. And under the leadership itself, of course, this is what we are doing. We go around the world to create the awareness, to make sure that people aware about the project that we are doing. Then we call for the collaborations, so then that project can be expanded and extended to many other countries. So this is actually what we are doing now. I am doing now together with my team from TELUS University to ensure that we can have more collaborations and then share whatever we had to ensure at the end of the day we can keep our world sustainable. Yeah. At the end of the day, this is actually the conclusions. 8 more minutes. This is actually the conclusions from my speech today. We know that AI is very important. Everywhere we go, people talking about artificial intelligence. Everywhere we go, we rely on artificial intelligence. Last time when I came to Bandung, I don't know how to use Gojek. I have to buy your SIM card to make sure that I can access to Gojek. But today's, when I came to Bandung after a few years, 2018 was my last time here in Bandung together with Dr. Sumindra. So 7 years already. By today, through, I don't know, certain development that your governments maybe already had, I can use my own Malaysian numbers to download Gojek or any kind of application, including massage, that I can actually call people to come to our hotel to make sure that we can, because in here, that is a services also, right? And I believe that that is the kind of things that we can actually think about on how to make sure that your systems, your application, not just exclusively developed for your own people. Again, I believe in knowledge, it's all about sharing. It's not about exclusivity. If you want to make sure that whatever you develop, whatever you had today, can be sustainable, we need to share. Okay, so that's the kind of thing that I believe it is important. So AI is actually the one that allowed all of us to share. And what your governments are doing now is also something that our government is also focusing on. And we believe that this is actually on how we can sustain the innovation or the technology that we develop. Yeah, and then number two, responsible. All of us in this room, I believe you all are actually lecturers, students, and we all are actually have our own responsibility. Last time, during my time when I was a student, I believe that the responsibility for developing the algorithm, come out with a new system, come out with a new application, is actually only the KPIs or achievement need to be done by the lecturers. But today, myself and my teams, I believe that this is a responsibility for all of us in the university. Students, management, lecturers are important, and we are responsible to make sure that the technology that and also the innovation that we created and we developed can be sustainable. Okay, so everyone need to share their knowledge, everyone need to work together to make sure that we can sustain whatever we had created today. And last but not least, of course, about data-driven, and Prof just now talked about how he used their data for the agricultures, and that is actually the most important thing, I believe, in artificial intelligence, is all based on the data. Without the data, we definitely cannot understand how to detect flood. Without the data, we cannot understand how we can actually learn about the sign language. Without the data also, we cannot understand how the SME is doing their businesses. Everything is based on the data. And I know that the data that we had in Malaysia is different with the data you have in Indonesia or even in the Japan. Okay, just now I wanted to ask Prof, basically when he developed the system for the spinach, plantations in Japan, factors, variables might be different. The weather in Japan is not similar with the weather in here in Malaysia and also in Indonesia. So definitely the factors and variables are different. And that is actually under my third point here, is the data-driven. So this is the kind of way on how we can actually sustain the artificial intelligence to be used by many people for the long time. Okay, so I hope that whatever that I shared today on the projects, and also how the university, I'm focusing on the university because I think every one of us here in this room and also online are actually from the universities. Even though if you are not the universities people, you might come, you learn from the university, and I believe that this is actually a responsibility for all of us, not just lecturers anymore. Students, lecturers, management, partnerships from the industries, engagement with the beneficiaries, which is actually the communities, need to work together, need to share whatever we have to make sure that our world can sustain with all the innovations and technology that we develop. So for that, I'm going to end our sessions today for my speech on the future directions of AI on the Sustainability Impacts Project thank you, terima kasih, and I hope that if anyone who is interested to collaborate with the project that we highlighted, or if let's say you have any other ideas on how we can do collaborations together, please, we can share and we can talk and then we can collaborate together. Thank you very much and terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Afizan. Very nice and insightful presentations. I highlight two very important keywords. First is impactful, and the second one is sustainability of our research as well as our projects. Yeah. Okay. Any questions from audience? We still have 5 minutes. Okay, Dr. Mahmud.
Thank you very much, Dr. Afizan. Very interesting topics and talks from you. And I'm wondering in that in your presentation that the sustainability of the technologies really related to the availability of data. For example, the third point on the last slide, that the data-driven technology or something that. So the availability of data, of course, sometimes quite sensitive to the, especially for the in the ethical issue for the privacy and so on. So does it mean that if some countries or in the culture of some region that is reluctant to the giving the data, so it will be affect or influence the sustainability of the technology? For example, from some countries or some region or areas that is difficult to give the data, will the technology not sustain or something? So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahmoud. Very interesting questions, which I also experienced during our time when we are doing the projects with our students, especially on the data analytics on SMEs. Number one, Dr. Mahmoud, we have to remember, when we talk about artificial intelligence, some of us are not aware or understand very well about artificial intelligence. They thought that whatever they have is belong to them. That's why I said in my speech, I talk about exclusivity. Because of this kind of mindset, okay, block some peoples to actually do the sharing. Okay, we had this experience with our partners and even with our SMEs. So on the data privacies and also data confidential, of course, this is a very sensitive issue that we have to tackle. At Telus University, we are very lucky. We have our own legal unit where this legal unit advises on how we can actually get the data from our partnership. So this is very important. Number one, what I'm doing here in ICO ICT is actually about to create awareness. Yeah, it's not about talking. I mean, I can talk about whatever technical things that we had developed on our projects, but at the end of the day, if you don't aware or you not understand very well about artificial intelligence, it's going to be pointless. Okay, so that's number one. We had to create awareness to all of us. The importance of the data is actually going to help us to sustain whatever technology that we had. So I believe that certain data need to be protected. So we can understand that we don't force our SMEs, we don't force deaf community to come to us to do the sign language if they don't want. But again, to do that, that's why I'm here, that's why we come with this initiative of Impact Lab to create awareness. That's number one. We want to make sure that everybody aware about this artificial intelligence technology or solution that you had. It's going to be pointless and useless if only to be developed or used by selected people. Sustainability, like I said in my keywords, in my presentation, the keyword is actually about sharing. Okay, so if you want to share whatever you develop to the other communities, to the other people, you want to make sure that people are willing to share what they have also. Okay, so that kind of things only can be done if they're all aware about the importance of data, the importance of artificial intelligence. Again, back to my point number 2, we cannot force people to actually do what they don't want to do with us, but we can actually tell them and make them aware the importance of sharing to make sure that the AI or the technology that we develop can be sustainable. Hopefully that answers your question, Dr. Mahmoud. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from audience? Yeah, Dr. Edward.
Okay, thank you for the very insightful presentation. Yeah, I'm really interested in the problem that you proposed, like for example the flood detection system, and you actually go down into a very low-level problem like pothole detection, which is very common, right? What I'm interested is with the detection system that you have now, how do you actually communicate or collaborate with the government, for example? As we know, like this kind of problem needs actions, right? And then with, like for example, you've done the virtual side of things, but it has to be done physically, you know, it has to be solved in a societal way. So I'm curious, how do you do that? Do you cooperate with government, and how do you handle that kind of problem? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Edward. We have this issue. I'm not sure whether this is also happened to Indonesians or not, but in Malaysia also we have this kind of competitions kind of things. Sometimes certain agencies in our governments also thought universities are their competitors. Because I believe in university we have all the best mind in the world. All the best mind was actually come from the universities. So what we do, we tell the government that we are not the competitors to them. So for the flood project that we had under the MyEvac project, for your information, the data that we collected is from the residents. Yeah. In Malaysia, we also have our own government portal or system that shared about this flood detected area, affected areas on flood. Our government also have this website to share all the information about the flood. But the problem that we identified, because the data came from the government, I'm not sure again in Indonesia how it happens, but in Malaysia, the data always shared very late. At that time, when the residents receive the information or the data about the flood, the water level is already, at the dangerous or the risk level. So it's quite frustrating. So that's the reason why we go to the bottom, where we identify the problems that we wanted to solve is for the resident. So that's the reason why residents are responsible also to contribute to our project. So whatever shared by our communities through our WhatsApp platform, where we use our NLP and also computer vision algorithm, is going to be benchmarked and also compared with the data given by the government portals or government website. So we collaborate together with the government. We don't forget our government. We also understand the responsibility given by the government. So our apps, our project is actually to support what also has been developed by our governments. So we know that in Malaysia, government always come after the flood happened. Usually, that is actually based on my experience. Usually, they only come after the flood happened, where all the politicians come to the affected areas to give some assistance or helps to residents, just to show that they are doing the jobs. But that's not what been wanted by the resident. But what residents want is actually to ensure that after this next year, flood won't be happen anymore in their area. So that's the reason why this MyEvac was developed. We want to make sure that at the end of the day, we can help using the AI. We can actually help the residents to detect or do some predictions about this flood. So then this information also can be used by the government. So again, to answer your question, Dr. Edward, we did not forget our government. The data that we got from the residents will be compared and benchmarked with the data from the government website or portal. So we work together with the governments. We have approached a few states of our government like Malacca and also Selangor for the MyEvac project. So in this project, MyEvac, the way how we prove the data that we got from the residents always be compared. I mean, that is the kind of things machine learning is all about. We compare whatever we had from these residents' data with the data collected by the government. So from there, government know that the responsibility for detecting or predicting flood is not only the responsibility by the government, but also by the community and also society. Yeah, I hope that answers your questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Afizan. One more thing I think in our society, about the acquisition of the data, especially the image or the text. Yeah. For instance, if there is a flood in one area, the citizen, sometimes they don't care about the flood. They just take the selfie photo here. The selfie photo. They don't think how this data can be used for the mitigation, for the mitigation of the flood and for the processing and so on. But their thinking is how to be viral in the internet. So we think this is our problem for society. Yes, how to acquire very useful data, especially to be used for by machine learning and for the next post processing. Yeah, Dr. Faisal.
Correct. Yeah, we experience these issues also. People sometimes shed their water in their bathroom. And that is actually not referring to the correct image for flat. So that's the reason why our students learn about machine learning. In machine learning, I think everybody knows about training and testing and validations. So from there, the algorithm that we develop with our students learned whether that is actually a correct flat images or videos to be detected, number one. Number two, other than the training, testing, and also the validations data that we had, we also teach, again, for this My Evac project, it's all about awareness. We also teach the residents about how serious problem if they don't share the correct data to our system or to our My Evacs apps. So it is important for them to aware, to learn again, to answer your question, Dr. Bayu. It's related to what Dr. Mahmoud's questions, is to understand about this artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence learn from us. Your machine learning algorithm learn from us. So if you teach the AI or you teach the machine learning algorithm wrongly, definitely your data also will be wrong. So I believe that awareness is very important. So that's what we did with our residents. We are not just developing the algorithm through the testing, training, whatsoever on the machine learning algorithm, but we also focusing on creating awareness among the residents. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Afizan. Okay, give applause for Dr. Afizan. Yeah. And Bu Yayan?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Afizan Azman and also Dr. Bayu Ervianto for this amazing session. And we'd like to invite both of our speaker and also moderator to kindly stay on the stage as we would like to deliver our token of appreciation from the committee. And we'd like to invite Dean of School of Computing, Telkom University, Dr. Kemas Muslim Laksmana, to kindly proceed to the stage and deliver the token of appreciation for the speaker and also moderator of this amazing session. The first token of appreciation delivered by the 13th ICO ICT 2025 will be awarded to the speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Afizan Azman, who gave the insight for every one of us on the topic of future directions of AI in societal impact project. And also the second one is the souvenir. That is one of the traditional musical instruments from West Java called angklung, is a remembrance of our collaboration and also the insightful knowledge given by the speaker. And the next token of appreciation will be delivered to our moderator. Dr. Kemas will deliver the certificate as an appreciation to our moderator for leading this interactive discussion. And the next one is the photo session. We'd like to invite the speaker, Dr. Afizan Azman, to kindly in the center of the stage as well. And Dr. Kemas, would you please kindly stay on the stage? We would like to kindly invite you to have this photo session with the moderator and also the speaker. Please allow us to get 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And you may return to your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give warm applause for this second keynote session. There was an amazing moment and session to gain insightful knowledge about projects, of course, which are impactful for many people. And we hope with this material on session, we can open up possible collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is lunch break. But before that, please allow us to inform that the next session in this main room will be started at 1 p.m., which will be tutorial session presented by Dr. Chu Yi Jiang from Multimedia University, Malaysia, on the topic of leveraging Google Earth Engine for spatio-temporal analysis of forest fires. And also, there will be at the same time conducted the parallel session. And for all of the participants who are conducted the parallel session online, would like to kindly invite every one of you to join us in the breakout room right now, because we're going to start at 12:30. And also to all of the parallel session participants, we kindly invite every one of you to join us in the next room, which is located right here on the left side of this room on my left side hand. And we'd like to start the session on the parallel session on site at 12:50. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, in the next session, there will be in room 1A Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning will be chaired by Dr. Aditya Firman Ihsan. And also on room 1B, which will be conducted online on Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, which will be presented and directed by Mr. Isman Kurniawan, PhD. And also there will be Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning in room 1C, by Dr. Emma Rahmawati, and on room 1D, there will be Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning chaired by Dr. Rita Rismala. In room 1E, there will be Data Science and its Implementation will be chaired by Dr. Hilda Fahlena, while in room 1F, there will be the topic of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning will be directed by Dr. Untari Nuvia Wisesti. And the last but not least, also in online room, there will be Information Technology Application chaired by Mr. Muhammad Irsan, PhD. So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite every one of you to enjoy food and also beverages prepared just outside of this room, and also to get this moment to build stronger network with all of the researchers, participants, and also speakers in this 13 ICOICT. So ladies and gentlemen, see you all again in the next afternoon session and the parallel session. Let's enjoy the lunch break and bon appetit. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom adalah yayasan yang didirikan oleh Telkom Indonesia pada tanggal 23 Mei tahun 1990 untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan dasar, menengah, dan tinggi, serta pelatihan dan sertifikasi guna mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional di bidang teknologi informasi, multimedia, edutainment, dan service. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom selalu memegang teguh visi dan misi yang telah ditetapkan dalam menjalankan tugas dan fungsi yayasan. Hingga tahun 2024, Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom telah memiliki alumni dan sivitas sebanyak 93.000 lulusan, 16.000 siswa-siswi, serta 43.000 mahasiswa dan mahasiswi aktif yang tersebar di 52 lembaga pendidikan dari TK sampai dengan SMA dan SMK, serta 4 perguruan tinggi di seluruh Indonesia. Kami menyediakan seluruh kebutuhan pendidikan Anda sesuai dengan One Pipe Education atau OPES, menerapkan kurikulum nasional di lembaga dasar dan menengah. Telkom Schools terdiri dari anak usia TK, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia di 37 kota dan 22 provinsi, di antaranya 32 taman kanak-kanak dari Pematang Siantar sampai dengan Jayapura dan 5 diantaranya ada di Jawa Barat. 3 sekolah dasar yang berada di Batam, Makassar, dan Padang, 4 SMP yang berada di Bandung, Makassar, Purwokerto, dan Padang, serta 1 SMA dan 11 SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Telkom Campus. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom menyelenggarakan layanan pendidikan tinggi berbasis ICT yang bertujuan untuk membangun insan cerdas, berkarakter, dan siap bermitra di era teknologi terkini. Lembaga pendidikan tinggi di bawah naungan YPT tergabung dalam Telkom Campus, terdiri dari Telkom University, Telkom University Jakarta, Telkom University Purwokerto, dan Telkom University Surabaya. Dengan kegigihan Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom dalam mengembangkan dunia pendidikan yang berstandar internasional dan berbasis ICT, terbukti mampu meraih segudang penghargaan dari mulai YPT, Dikdasmen, dan Lemdikti di tingkat nasional maupun internasional, meraih penghargaan untuk mewujudkan perusahaan kelas dunia. Bentuk peduli Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom terhadap dunia pendidikan yang lebih luas adalah Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom bekerja sama dalam pertukaran mahasiswa, pelajar, pembangunan sarana pendidikan, dan kelas internasional. Dengan seluruh layanan pendidikan yang dimiliki oleh Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami berkomitmen untuk dapat melahirkan generasi yang unggul di masa depan untuk membangun bangsa Indonesia. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami ada untuk Indonesia.
Welcome to Multimedia University, the first Malaysian private university. In 1997, the Malaysian government took steps to transform the Malaysian economy from one that was goods and export-centric towards one that relied on digital technology and emphasized services. Since its establishment, Multimedia University has grown in size, in stature, and in impact, both within Malaysia and across the globe. Now, Multimedia University is widely regarded and trusted for its innovative and useful programs. The university is trusted by the Malaysian government as well as numerous professional, governing and assessment organizations across the world. Their trust is expressed in various rankings, agreements and partnerships with the university. In fact, MMU currently holds a unique position as one of the most preferred university across various industries in Malaysia. This preference is a result of years of hard work as well as the intrinsic nature of MMU. From the get-go, MMU has made it a point that it is part of the international community. It drew talent, input, and the knowledge from across the globe, and its deliverables were also to be enjoyed worldwide. Furthermore, by thinking in terms of helping various industries secure better qualified personnel, MMU has been able to come up with cutting-edge academic programs, some of which have no parallel within the country or even the hemisphere. Thanks to this nimbleness, MMU has been able to help Malaysia break into new areas of national interest, which include financial engineering and content creation. Of course, MMU graduates are so sought after not only for their strong technical know-how, but also because their strengths go beyond their academic obligations. Our academicians are also active. Throughout the years, they have collectively proven themselves to be very prolific, not just within the confines of academia, but also in the development of their respective industries. In short, MMU has led the private higher education sector in Malaysia for more than 20 years because it has played an active role in the development of the nation. Where other institutions teach, we inspire. Where other institutions draw a map, we take the leap forward. Where other institutions opine, we do. The future is filled with uncertainty. What is certain, however, regardless of the myriad of issues that face Malaysia and the world, MMU will be there to help its students, graduates, as well as its community find a solution.
Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom adalah yayasan yang didirikan oleh Telkom Indonesia pada tanggal 23 Mei tahun 1990 untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan dasar, menengah, dan tinggi, serta pelatihan dan sertifikasi guna mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional di bidang teknologi informasi, multimedia, edutainment, dan service. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom selalu memegang teguh visi dan misi yang telah ditetapkan dalam menjalankan tugas dan fungsi yayasan. Hingga tahun 2024, Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom telah memiliki alumni dan sivitas sebanyak 93.000 lulusan, 16.000 siswa-siswi, serta 43.000 mahasiswa dan mahasiswi aktif yang tersebar di 52 lembaga pendidikan dari TK sampai dengan SMA dan SMK serta 4 perguruan tinggi di seluruh Indonesia. Kami menyediakan seluruh kebutuhan pendidikan Anda sesuai dengan One Pipe Education atau OPES, menerapkan kurikulum nasional di lembaga dasar dan menengah. Telkom Schools terdiri dari anak usia TK, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia di 37 kota dan 22 provinsi, di antaranya 32 taman kanak-kanak dari Pematang Siantar sampai dengan Jayapura dan 5 diantaranya ada di Jawa Barat. 3 sekolah dasar yang berada di Batam, Makassar, dan Padang, 4 SMP yang berada di Bandung, Makassar, Purwokerto, dan Padang, serta 1 SMA dan 11 SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Telkom Campus. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom menyelenggarakan layanan pendidikan tinggi berbasis ICT yang bertujuan untuk membangun insan cerdas, berkarakter, dan siap bermitra di era teknologi terkini. Lembaga pendidikan tinggi di bawah naungan YPT tergabung dalam Telkom Campus, terdiri dari Telkom University, Telkom University Jakarta, Telkom University Purwokerto, dan Telkom University Surabaya. Dengan kegigihan Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom dalam mengembangkan dunia pendidikan yang berstandar internasional dan berbasis ICT, terbukti mampu meraih segudang penghargaan dari mulai YPT, Dikdasmen, dan Lemdikti di tingkat nasional maupun internasional, meraih penghargaan untuk mewujudkan perusahaan kelas dunia. Bentuk peduli Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom terhadap dunia pendidikan yang lebih luas adalah Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom bekerja sama dalam pertukaran mahasiswa, pelajar, pembangunan sarana pendidikan, dan kelas internasional. Dengan seluruh layanan pendidikan yang dimiliki oleh Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami berkomitmen untuk dapat melahirkan generasi yang unggul di masa depan untuk membangun bangsa Indonesia. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami ada untuk Indonesia.
Welcome to Multimedia University, the first Malaysian private university. In 1997, the Malaysian government took steps to transform the Malaysian economy from one that was goods and export-centric towards one that relied on digital technology and emphasized services. Since its establishment, Multimedia University has grown in size, in stature, and in impact, both within Malaysia and across the globe. Now, Multimedia University is widely regarded and trusted for its innovative and useful programs. The university is trusted by the Malaysian government as well as numerous professional, governing and assessment organizations across the world. Their trust is expressed in various rankings, agreements and partnerships with the university. In fact, MMU currently holds a unique position as one of the most preferred university across various industries in Malaysia. This preference is a result of years of hard work as well as the intrinsic nature of MMU. From the get-go, MMU has made it a point that it is part of the international community. It drew talent, input and the knowledge from across the globe, and its deliverables were also to be enjoyed worldwide. Furthermore, by thinking in terms of helping various industries secure better qualified personnel, MMU has been able to come up with cutting-edge academic programs, some of which have no parallel within the country or even the hemisphere. Thanks to this nimbleness, MMU has been able to help Malaysia break into new areas of national interest, which include financial engineering and content creation. Of course, MMU graduates are so sought after not only for their strong technical know-how, but also because their strengths go beyond their academic obligations. Our academicians are also active. Throughout the years, they have collectively proven themselves to be very prolific, not just within the confines of academia, but also in the development of the respective industries. In short, MMU has led the private higher education sector in Malaysia for more than 20 years because it has played an active role in the development of the nation. Where other institutions teach, we inspire. Where other institutions draw a map, we take the leap forward. Where other institutions opine, we do. The future is filled with uncertainty. What is certain, however, regardless of the myriad of issues that face Malaysia and the world, MMU will be there to help its students, graduates, as well as its community find a solution.
Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom adalah yayasan yang didirikan oleh Telkom Indonesia pada tanggal 23 Mei tahun 1990 untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan dasar, menengah, dan tinggi, serta pelatihan dan sertifikasi guna mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional di bidang teknologi informasi, multimedia, edutainment, dan service. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom selalu memegang teguh visi dan misi yang telah ditetapkan dalam menjalankan tugas dan fungsi yayasan. Hingga tahun 2024, Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom telah memiliki alumni dan sivitas sebanyak 93.000 lulusan, 16.000 siswa-siswi, serta 43.000 mahasiswa dan mahasiswi aktif yang tersebar di 52 lembaga pendidikan dari TK sampai dengan SMA dan SMK, serta 4 perguruan tinggi di seluruh Indonesia. Kami menyediakan seluruh kebutuhan pendidikan Anda sesuai dengan One Pipe Education atau OPES, menerapkan kurikulum nasional di lembaga dasar dan menengah. Telkom Schools terdiri dari anak usia TK, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia di 37 kota dan 22 provinsi, di antaranya 32 taman kanak-kanak dari Pematang Siantar sampai dengan Jayapura, dan 5 di antaranya ada di Jawa Barat. 3 sekolah dasar yang berada di Batam, Makassar, dan Padang, 4 SMP yang berada di Bandung, Makassar, Purwokerto, dan Padang, serta 1 SMA dan 11 SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Telkom Kampus. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom menyelenggarakan layanan pendidikan tinggi berbasis ICT yang bertujuan untuk membangun insan cerdas, berkarakter, dan siap bermitra di era teknologi terkini. Lembaga pendidikan tinggi di bawah naungan YPT tergabung dalam Telkom Kampus, terdiri dari Telkom University, Telkom University Jakarta, Telkom University Purwokerto, dan Telkom University Surabaya. Dengan kegigihan Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom dalam mengembangkan dunia pendidikan yang berstandar internasional dan berbasis ICT, terbukti mampu meraih segudang penghargaan dari mulai YPT, Dikdasmen, dan Lemdikti di tingkat nasional maupun internasional, meraih penghargaan untuk mewujudkan perusahaan kelas dunia. Bentuk peduli Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom terhadap dunia pendidikan yang lebih luas adalah Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom bekerja sama dalam pertukaran mahasiswa, pelajar, pembangunan sarana pendidikan, dan kelas internasional. Dengan seluruh layanan pendidikan yang dimiliki oleh Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami berkomitmen untuk dapat melahirkan generasi yang unggul di masa depan untuk membangun bangsa Indonesia. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami ada untuk Indonesia.
Welcome to Multimedia University, the first Malaysian private university. In 1997, the Malaysian government took steps to transform the Malaysian economy from one that was goods and export-centric towards one that relied on digital technology and emphasized services. Since its establishment, Multimedia University has grown in size, in stature, and in impact, both within Malaysia and across the globe. Now, Multimedia University is widely regarded and trusted for its innovative and useful programs. The university is trusted by the Malaysian government as well as numerous professional, governing and assessment organizations across the world. Their trust is expressed in various rankings, agreements and partnerships with the university. In fact, MMU currently holds a unique position as one of the most preferred university across various industries in Malaysia. This preference is a result of years of hard work as well as the intrinsic nature of MMU. From the get-go, MMU has made it a point that it is part of the international community. It drew talent, input and the knowledge from across the globe, and its deliverables were also to be enjoyed worldwide. Furthermore, by thinking in terms of helping various industries secure better qualified personnel, MMU has been able to come up with cutting-edge academic programs, some of which have no parallel within the country or even the hemisphere. Thanks to this nimbleness, MMU has been able to help Malaysia break into new areas of national interest, which include financial engineering and content creation. Of course, MMU graduates are so sought after not only for their strong technical know-how, but also because their strengths go beyond their academic obligations. Our academicians are also active. Throughout the years, they have collectively proven themselves to be very prolific, not just within the confines of academia, but also in the development of their respective industries. In short, MMU has led the private higher education sector in Malaysia for more than 20 years because it has played an active role in the development of the nation. Where other institutions teach, we inspire. Where other institutions draw a map, we take the leap forward. Where other institutions opine, we do. The future is filled with uncertainty. What is certain, however, regardless of the myriad of issues that face Malaysia and the world, MMU will be there to help its students, graduates, as well as its community find a solution.
Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom adalah yayasan yang didirikan oleh Telkom Indonesia pada tanggal 23 Mei tahun 1990 untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan dasar, menengah, dan tinggi, serta pelatihan dan sertifikasi guna mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional di bidang teknologi informasi, multimedia, edutainment, dan service. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom selalu memegang teguh visi dan misi yang telah ditetapkan dalam menjalankan tugas dan fungsi yayasan. Hingga tahun 2024, Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom telah memiliki alumni dan sivitas sebanyak 93.000 lulusan, 16.000 siswa-siswi, serta 43.000 mahasiswa dan mahasiswi aktif yang tersebar di 52 lembaga pendidikan dari TK sampai dengan SMA dan SMK, serta 4 perguruan tinggi di seluruh Indonesia. Kami menyediakan seluruh kebutuhan pendidikan Anda sesuai dengan One Pipe Education atau OPES, menerapkan kurikulum nasional di lembaga dasar dan menengah. Telkom Schools terdiri dari anak usia TK, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia di 37 kota dan 22 provinsi, di antaranya 32 taman kanak-kanak dari Pematang Siantar sampai dengan Jayapura, dan 5 diantaranya ada di Jawa Barat. 3 sekolah dasar yang berada di Batam, Makassar, dan Padang, 4 SMP yang berada di Bandung, Makassar, Purwokerto, dan Padang, serta 1 SMA dan 11 SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Telkom Campus. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom menyelenggarakan layanan pendidikan tinggi berbasis ICT yang bertujuan untuk membangun insan cerdas, berkarakter, dan siap bermitra di era teknologi terkini. Lembaga pendidikan tinggi di bawah naungan YPT tergabung dalam Telkom Campus, terdiri dari Telkom University, Telkom University Jakarta, Telkom University Purwokerto, dan Telkom University Surabaya. Dengan kegigihan Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom dalam mengembangkan dunia pendidikan yang berstandar internasional dan berbasis ICT, terbukti mampu meraih segudang penghargaan dari mulai YPT, Dikdasmen, dan Lemdikti di tingkat nasional maupun internasional, meraih penghargaan untuk mewujudkan perusahaan kelas dunia. Bentuk peduli Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom terhadap dunia pendidikan yang lebih luas adalah Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom bekerja sama dalam pertukaran mahasiswa, pelajar, pembangunan sarana pendidikan, dan kelas internasional. Dengan seluruh layanan pendidikan yang dimiliki oleh Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami berkomitmen untuk dapat melahirkan generasi yang unggul di masa depan untuk membangun bangsa Indonesia. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami ada untuk Indonesia.
Welcome to Multimedia University, the first Malaysian private university. In 1997, the Malaysian government took steps to transform the Malaysian economy from one that was goods and export-centric towards one that relied on digital technology and emphasized services. Since its establishment, Multimedia University has grown in size, in stature and in impact, both within Malaysia and across the globe. Now, Multimedia University is widely regarded and trusted for its innovative and useful programs. The university is trusted by the Malaysian government as well as numerous professional, governing and assessment organizations across the world. Their trust is expressed in various rankings, agreements and partnerships with the university. In fact, MMU currently holds a unique position as one of the most preferred university across various industries in Malaysia. This preference is a result of years of hard work as well as the intrinsic nature of MMU. From the get-go, MMU has made it a point that it is part of the international community. It drew talent, input and the knowledge from across the globe, and its deliverables were also to be enjoyed worldwide. Furthermore, by thinking in terms of helping various industries secure better qualified personnel, MMU has been able to come up with cutting-edge academic programs, some of which have no parallel within the country or even the hemisphere. Thanks to this nimbleness, MMU has been able to help Malaysia break into new areas of national interest, which include financial engineering and content creation. Of course, MMU graduates are so sought after not only for their strong technical know-how, but also because their strengths go beyond their academic obligations. Our academicians are also active. Throughout the years, they have collectively proven themselves to be very prolific, not just within the confines of academia, but also in the development of the respective industries. In short, MMU has led the private higher education sector in Malaysia for more than 20 years because it has played an active role in the development of the nation. Where other institutions teach, we inspire. Where other institutions draw a map, we take the leap forward. Where other institutions opine, we do. The future is filled with uncertainty. What is certain, however, regardless of the myriad of issues that face Malaysia and the world, MMU will be there to help its students, graduates, as well as its community find a solution.
Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom adalah yayasan yang didirikan oleh Telkom Indonesia pada tanggal 23 Mei tahun 1990 untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan dasar, menengah, dan tinggi, serta pelatihan dan sertifikasi guna mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional di bidang teknologi informasi, multimedia, edutainment, dan service. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom selalu memegang teguh visi dan misi yang telah ditetapkan dalam menjalankan tugas dan fungsi yayasan. Hingga tahun 2024, Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom telah memiliki alumni dan sivitas sebanyak 93.000 lulusan, 16.000 siswa-siswi, serta 43.000 mahasiswa dan mahasiswi aktif yang tersebar di 52 lembaga pendidikan dari TK sampai dengan SMA dan SMK, serta 4 perguruan tinggi di seluruh Indonesia. Kami menyediakan seluruh kebutuhan pendidikan Anda sesuai dengan One Pipe Education atau OPES, menerapkan kurikulum nasional di lembaga dasar dan menengah. Telkom Schools terdiri dari anak usia TK, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia di 37 kota dan 22 provinsi, di antaranya 32 taman kanak-kanak dari Pematang Siantar sampai dengan Jayapura, dan 5 diantaranya ada di Jawa Barat. 3 sekolah dasar yang berada di Batam, Makassar, dan Padang, 4 SMP yang berada di Bandung, Makassar, Purwokerto, dan Padang, serta 1 SMA dan 11 SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Telkom Campus. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom menyelenggarakan layanan pendidikan tinggi berbasis ICT yang bertujuan untuk membangun insan cerdas, berkarakter, dan siap bermitra di era teknologi terkini. Lembaga pendidikan tinggi di bawah naungan YPT tergabung dalam Telkom Campus, terdiri dari Telkom University, Telkom University Jakarta, Telkom University Purwokerto, dan Telkom University Surabaya. Dengan kegigihan Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom dalam mengembangkan dunia pendidikan yang berstandar internasional dan berbasis ICT, terbukti mampu meraih segudang penghargaan dari mulai YPT, Dikdasmen, dan Lemdikti di tingkat nasional maupun internasional, meraih penghargaan untuk mewujudkan perusahaan kelas dunia. Bentuk peduli Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom terhadap dunia pendidikan yang lebih luas adalah Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom bekerja sama dalam pertukaran mahasiswa, pelajar, pembangunan sarana pendidikan, dan kelas internasional. Dengan seluruh layanan pendidikan yang dimiliki oleh Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami berkomitmen untuk dapat melahirkan generasi yang unggul di masa depan untuk membangun bangsa Indonesia. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami ada untuk Indonesia.
Welcome to Multimedia University, the first Malaysian private university. In 1997, the Malaysian government took steps to transform the Malaysian economy from one that was goods and export-centric towards one that relied on digital technology and emphasized services. Since its establishment, Multimedia University has grown in size, in stature, and in impact, both within Malaysia and across the globe. Now, Multimedia University is widely regarded and trusted for its innovative and useful programs. The university is trusted by the Malaysian government as well as numerous professional, governing and assessment organizations across the world. Their trust is expressed in various rankings, agreements, and partnerships with the university. In fact, MMU currently holds a unique position as one of the most preferred university across various industries in Malaysia. This preference is a result of years of hard work as well as the intrinsic nature of MMU. From the get-go, MMU has made it a point that it is part of the international community. It drew talent, input, and the knowledge from across the globe, and its deliverables were also to be enjoyed worldwide. Furthermore, by thinking in terms of helping various industries secure better qualified personnel, MMU has been able to come up with cutting-edge academic programs, some of which have no parallel within the country or even the hemisphere. Thanks to this nimbleness, MMU has been able to help Malaysia break into new areas of national interest, which include financial engineering and content creation. Of course, MMU graduates are so sought after not only for their strong technical know-how, but also because their strengths go beyond their academic obligations. Our academicians are also active. Throughout the years, they have collectively proven themselves to be very prolific, not just within the confines of academia, but also in the development of their respective industries. In short, MMU has led the private higher education sector in Malaysia for more than 20 years because it has played an active role in the development of the nation. Where other institutions teach, we inspire. Where other institutions draw a map, we take the leap forward. Where other institutions opine, we do. The future is filled with uncertainty. What is certain, however, regardless of the myriad of issues that face Malaysia and the world, MMU will be there to help its students, graduates, as well as its community find a solution.
Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom adalah yayasan yang didirikan oleh Telkom Indonesia pada tanggal 23 Mei tahun 1990 untuk menyelenggarakan pendidikan dasar, menengah, dan tinggi, serta pelatihan dan sertifikasi guna mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang profesional di bidang teknologi informasi, multimedia, edutainment, dan service. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom selalu memegang teguh visi dan misi yang telah ditetapkan dalam menjalankan tugas dan fungsi yayasan. Hingga tahun 2024, Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom telah memiliki alumni dan sivitas sebanyak 93.000 lulusan, 16.000 siswa-siswi, serta 43.000 mahasiswa dan mahasiswi aktif yang tersebar di 52 lembaga pendidikan dari TK sampai dengan SMA dan SMK, serta 4 perguruan tinggi di seluruh Indonesia. Kami menyediakan seluruh kebutuhan pendidikan Anda sesuai dengan One Pipe Education atau OPES, menerapkan kurikulum nasional di lembaga dasar dan menengah. Telkom Schools terdiri dari anak usia TK, SD, SMP, SMA, dan SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia di 37 kota dan 22 provinsi, di antaranya 32 taman kanak-kanak dari Pematang Siantar sampai dengan Jayapura dan 5 diantaranya ada di Jawa Barat. 3 sekolah dasar yang berada di Batam, Makassar, dan Padang, 4 SMP yang berada di Bandung, Makassar, Purwokerto, dan Padang, serta 1 SMA dan 11 SMK yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Telkom Campus. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom menyelenggarakan layanan pendidikan tinggi berbasis ICT yang bertujuan untuk membangun insan cerdas, berkarakter, dan siap bermitra di era teknologi terkini. Lembaga pendidikan tinggi di bawah naungan YPT tergabung dalam Telkom Campus, terdiri dari Telkom University, Telkom University Jakarta, Telkom University Purwokerto, dan Telkom University Surabaya. Dengan kegigihan Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom dalam mengembangkan dunia pendidikan yang berstandar internasional dan berbasis ICT, terbukti mampu meraih segudang penghargaan dari mulai YPT, Dikdasmen, dan Lemdikti di tingkat nasional maupun internasional, meraih penghargaan untuk mewujudkan perusahaan kelas dunia. Bentuk peduli Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom terhadap dunia pendidikan yang lebih luas adalah Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom bekerja sama dalam pertukaran mahasiswa, pelajar, pembangunan sarana pendidikan, dan kelas internasional. Dengan seluruh layanan pendidikan yang dimiliki oleh Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami berkomitmen untuk dapat melahirkan generasi yang unggul di masa depan untuk membangun bangsa Indonesia. Yayasan Pendidikan Telkom, kami ada untuk Indonesia.
So ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that every one of you have recharged yourself. And welcome back to the afternoon session of the first day of the International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, ICO-ICT 2025. And this event is organized by Telkom University in collaboration with Multimedia University Malaysia, and also is sponsored by IEEE Indonesia section. And this conference aims to bring together scholars from other and different backgrounds to emphasize the dissemination of ongoing research related to the theme of driving a sustainable future with AI, IoT, and data science technologies. And this year, we're conducting this event in hybrid mode. And thanks, I would like to say thank you to all of the participants who are joining us through online or virtually. We are having about 20 participants who are joining this online session also. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm Yan Hamidah. It's an honor for me to serve as the Master of Ceremony for this afternoon session. In this session, we'll learn from the prominent speakers who are already here with us. Dr. Chu Yi Jiang from Multimedia University, Malaysia, will be talking about the topic of leveraging Google Earth Engine for spatial temporal analysis of forest fires. But before that, Of course, we also invite every one of you to actively participate in question and answer session. And the session will be led by our interactive moderator. So please allow me to introduce the profiles of our moderator. The moderator for this session is Dr. Didit Aditya SSI MSI and is an associate professor in data modeling simulation at School of Computing Telkom University in Bandung, Indonesia. He holds a PhD in applied mathematics and his expertise includes mathematical modeling, machine learning optimization, numerical simulation, and high performance computing. And since 2006, his research has covered fluid dynamics, wave modeling, and variational modeling. More recently, since 2018, he has focused on applying machine learning to geoscience, such as electricity forecasting, wind and wave prediction, sea level modeling, and tsunami early warning systems. So he's also actively involved in meteorology and oceanography projects, especially in offshore and coastal engineering, combining both deterministic modeling and soft computing techniques. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's welcome our moderator, Dr. Didit Aditya. Time's yours.
So, thank you very much, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to have you here. So, I would like to today to introduce our tutorial speaker. Please let me read his CV. Dr. Chu Ye Jian is actually senior lecturer in Faculty of Cadetship, coordinator in MMU, Multimedia University in Malaysia. So he is he holds a PhD in information technology in an expertise of leveraging Google Earth engine and machine learning for spatio-temporal analysis. So Dr. Chu has impressive track record as a global runner-up in the Brisk and Young Better Working Data Challenge, and then he has extensively has published topics on network intrusion detection system to forest fire management. So today he will talk about leveraging Google Earth engine for spatio-temporal analysis for forest fire. So the time will be in total is actually 90 minutes. So we will give time to you
I can
actually.
Finish also at 2:30 if you want.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
That's okay. And then at the end of the session, we will open to question and answer session. Okay, Dr. Chu, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Didi. Okay. Okay, so I think my slide is visible. So, okay, good afternoon. What is the word? Sampun rasa. Sampun rasu. Okay, so I learned that morning. Sampun rasu. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the tutorial session for this afternoon. I believe that we have the physical participants as well as the one which is online, but I'm not sure, based on what I see here, not most of you are with laptops here. But no worries regarding that. I think I'll just introduce whatever that I have here. Then I will just go through all the tools. I will give you whatever scripts or codes that I'm using here. So if case you are interested, feel free that you can go back and run through all the codes itself on your own. Okay? So before we start, I think I just introduce myself first. My name is Chu, and the title here is regarding this Google Earth engine and also forest fire. So in the morning itself, Dr. Afizan, I think, mentioned regarding flood. And now we are talking about fire. So I think maybe next disaster they are going to research is maybe, I don't know, like landslide, volcano. So who knows? So the topics that I have here is on forest fire. So this is all the materials, but let me just give you access first. So for those of you which are online, you can just type in this link here. So just type in this link and you can get all my materials over from here. Okay, so you can get the slides and everything because it will take some time for you to pre-register all the information in order for you to run through the code. But for today, since we have only 1 hour here, so I'll just show you what is this Google Earth Engine about. And I believe that most of you have no idea what is this about. So we'll talk about it in a while, okay? So let's, I'll just skip through all the registration here. You can just use the slide and register on your own if you want to. But let me just start with the introduction here. Okay. Okay, so this is the outline that we have today. We are going to talk a little bit on forest fire and on remote sensing. Then we are going to talk on the Google Earth Engine and also the motivation and purpose. I'll share you some results. And the initial plan was that I wanted to give you some time for you to hands-on and run the code itself. But since those which are physically here, you do not have the particular laptop with you. So for those of you which are online, feel free to just go through the code. And if you are ready with it, just run through with it. Okay? Okay, so that's kind of like the housekeeping. I think we can start with the first part here. So if we take a look into fire, I think it's a worldwide issue. It's a global issue. Everywhere happens. I think in Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, different countries, it's just that whether it's a big fire or a small fire. I think that's the main difference. But the similarity between all these fires is that we have the loss of economy, loss of precious flora and fauna, human life, properties, and even causing air pollution like carbon dioxide and etc. So that is the general idea of this forest fire. So throughout the years, many solutions has been actually provided. Some will actually hire human to watch over the watchtower, using drone, using wireless sensor to detect the fire before it happened. But the idea I have here is that I'm trying to use some kind of public satellite remote data. The reason is, of course, very simple. It's cheap. You don't need to pay money. So a lot of times when you do research, if something needs money, it is going to cost a lot of headache because you need to request grant, you need to request budget, and depending on the government or the university, you might not have access to all this information. Okay? So the second part that is just to give you an introduction here is regarding remote sensing. So personally for me, I'm not from a remote sensing background. I don't have any geography knowledge. So throughout my degree, I'm an IT student, full-time IT, security technology background. But somehow in my PhD, due to that this grant is actually written by my supervisor, it is related to remote sensing and I have no choice but to learn regarding this. So for those of you which have an idea on remote sensing, I think it's easy for you to understand. For those of you which don't have, I think this is easy to understand, and this and this, okay? So basically, if you look at the definition, it is saying that acquisition of information without physical touch or contact. So if you are using your camera and etc., actually it's all called remote sensing. But the general term that we refer here in terms of the research in the geography side, it is usually we are talking about the data that is received from the satellite. So that is the easiest idea to understand what is remote sensing. So two types of remote sensing is available. One is called the passive remote sensing, where we actually have like the sun is going to cast some kind of ray, and then it is going to refract back up to the satellite. Then we are going to collect the data. So this is what we call as a passive remote sensing. And the second one is called active remote sensing, where we have the satellite on top. It is going to cast some kind of ray down to our Earth, and it is going to collect the data in this way through the refracted information. Okay, so that basically gives us a very good idea on what is forest fire and what is remote sensing. And that is pretty much very important because that is my topic about. So that gives you an idea on what is fire, what is remote sensing. So the idea here is that in my first part of the research, I try to find whether what people use for satellite data. In fact, there's a lot of different kinds. If you look at here, this is the idea where people can do weather prediction, pollution, mineral, flood, soil moisture. One of it is, of course, forest fire as well. So it is commonly applicable in the forest fire domain, where people use satellite data to search or even to research or analyze the fire itself. Okay. So the motivation of this session, this was initially prepared with the idea that some of you are going to run through the code. So the idea here is that while the satellite data is increasingly more available, accessing and processing, it is actually a challenge for those of us which don't have the geospatial knowledge, which is the GIS knowledge itself. So that is the challenge that I faced during my studies, where I'm from an IT background and I have no any kind of this remote sensing or geographic information. So the session here aims to actually introduce something called Google Earth Engine as a powerful tool to actually analyze satellite data. So I will show you how you can use this for forest fire. But the idea here is not limited to forest fire. You can actually use it for any kind of research question that you have, find the correct data set, analyze it. And I think the challenge here is that if you can find any local partners, for example, in Malaysia, I find Jabatan Perhutanan, which is a forestry department. If you are in Indonesia, if you are working with flood, you can find the flood department to get the data. And that's when this will get very interesting, because you can compare the data that you obtain from the Google Earth Engine and the data that you obtain from the ground itself, and kind of like do an estimation on how much is the accuracies and stuff like that. Okay. So Google Earth Engine helps to overcome the barrier by offering easy access to the data. Of course, not just fire, we have a lot of data here, I'll show later. And it's a scalable analysis tool, a platform to run reproducible and location-specific studies. So throughout this session, I'm going to just show you a few case study or a few of the studies or analysis that I've made, which is I'm going to do a hotspot trend analysis, burn area analysis, and also meteorological assessment, which is, this is a technical term, this is just weather actually. So all those like a temperature, rainfall, precipitations, and etc. Okay. Okay, so the platform that we have selected is actually called Google Earth Engine. It is a cloud platform for planetary scale geospatial analysis. And we can perform a lot of different kind of analysis, hotspots, calculating the temperature, checking the rainfall, checking the wind speed, and even run some kind of statistics analysis as well. So I think the things that we need to clarify here is that I think everyone probably heard before Google Earth. So the one that you look through the buildings and stuff, this is very common and everyone knows this, and this is the icon that you see. So the Google Earth, where you can see the 3D mappings of all the buildings. So this is for visualization purpose, you try to look for the items and stuff. But for Earth Engine, what we are looking here is that we are trying to access all the data that is in the satellite. So Google provide a platform for us to access all this data. And it's a cloud-based platform, and we can do all the analysis computation through the cloud platform itself. Okay, so for those of you which are from the geographic information science field, GIS field, I think the one that is familiar with you is this ArcGIS and QGIS. I think they call it QGIS, where you do a lot of mapping, the small mapping, like for example, create a very detailed map, what is available here. You can do all those kind of analysis or processing, geoprocessing. But the limitation here is that you need to have the map and data, and then you input inside. And it's limited to the processing power of your local PC and also the storage. So you can't just kind of like import all the entire Indonesia data in. It will definitely crash the entire QGIS or the ArcGIS itself. So here comes the Earth Engine, where it can actually process the entire large-scale data. And the best part here is that you can access all this data kind of like on live. As long as it doesn't crash the Google server, you can pretty much run through the data set and perform some analysis from it. Okay? Okay, so for the sample and the demo here, what I'm going to do here is that I'm just going to demo it in as a part from the Peninsular Malaysia. And then I'm also going, the result here is going to shown in Peninsular Malaysia, but I'm also going to show you a demo on how you can change the demographic easily to Indonesia or even to Bandung itself to run through the analysis. Okay, so let's show here. This is my entire PhD work actually. So I just cropped part of it, which is the analysis here, which is I'm interested to test and see which part of Malaysia is actually having like a lot of fire, and then is it actually affected by the temperature, the rainfall, and etc. And I'm also trying to actually validate that whether the burn area that is found inside this satellite data is actually correct. Okay, so let's start with the first one, which is the hotspots trend analysis, where we try to find out the temporal and spatial patterns of fire activity. And the focus here, I put it in my studies, is that I'm focusing in one of the state called Pahang in Malaysia. And the reason here is because there's no previous study that explored all these things, and nobody actually tried to find out about the climatic roles or the weathers, whether it affects the fires. So the data sets that we are going to use here is something called the FIRMS hotspot data set. I've forgotten the long name of this, but basically it represents the fire pixel at a 1 kilometer resolution. So basically it contains data from 2001 until 2021. So I'll just show you the result here, and then you can test it on your own region of interest later on. Okay. So this is the hotspot trend analysis that I've made. So what happened here is that I actually compiled all the data from 2001 until 2021 for all the hotspots at 1 kilometer resolution. And we can see that over here, this is the entire state of Pahang. And we can see that the red color here actually is the total number of hotspots detected. So what I did here is that I just calculate the total hotspot at each of the location increasingly every year. So I calculate from 2000. If we take a look into the news, there is more floods, instead of like fire events itself. Okay. So same thing here. We can also do an annual analysis where we can see that throughout the number of days, we can see that in the second or third month, that is also having the highest number of fires as well. Okay, so the findings here is that I can found from the Malaysia is that from February to April, it is containing the highest number of fire incidents. And this is based on the 20 years of historical fire hotspots. And based on some newspaper, it is written that this is because Malaysia is encountering the hot and dry weather from February to April. But let's see whether this is true on our next analysis later on, where we take a look into the meteorological data itself. Okay. So let's see on the demo site, we can actually go back to here. If you are interested, you can just access my Google Docs here. You can access the slide. And I'll just do a quick Google search on Google Earth Engine. This will be the site that you need. And basically, once you are here, you can click on the data set on top. The line might be a little bit slow. Okay, so it will show you all the different kind of data sets that you can, it is available over in Earth Engine. And for students and all the non-profit organization, I think you can request for the permission for free. But if you are working and if you are doing it for company that have profits, I think that is another different story lah. Okay. So let's just search through here. We can search the data set, for example, let's say all data sets here. We can go through the catalog. And you can see here we have surface temperature, everything, and etc. So the data set that I'm interested is called FIRMS. So this is called Fire Information for Resource Management System. So you can just click on this, and pretty much you can just scroll down to it. And it explains to you what is this data set about from this part of the code, from this part of the page, where it says that it represents 1 kilometer pixel that is by the algorithm as containing one or more fires within the pixel. And in certain cases, you can also see that what is the bands available inside, which means what type of data. And they even provide you the citation that you need to provide as well. So for researchers or academicians, I think this is very convenient because you can just look at the citation, go through it, and then you use all your different kind of reference manager to citate it. Okay, so here comes the best part, where they actually provide you a sample code at the bottom here. So this is a sample code on how they actually access to it. So you can just click this Open in Code Editor. And pretty much this is, they will load out the code and they will load out the map as well. So click on Run here. And pretty much this is loading from 2018 August until 2010 of August, okay? So it actually loads up the entire country, entire world of this data. So if I try to scroll out, I'm not sure if you can see, it takes some time to load. Yeah, so you can see all these red color, small one. Because it's only 10 days, so you won't see a very obvious hotspots over here. Okay, so let me just show you how you can change this to Indonesia part or maybe to the area of your interest. I've provided all the codes here in my Google Docs. You can just access this. So just access this. I think you can just access it. Okay, so same thing here. And you should receive these codes on the left-hand side here. So this is all the codes that I'm going to demo. It's a quick demo and pretty much introduce you to what is this Earth Engine about. So let's say if I switch to Indonesia here, one of the ideas here that I can do is that I can loot the boundary of the Indonesia, which is, for those of you which are familiar with the geographic information system, loading boundary is very normal. You can look like the Bandung, location of Bandung, and then you say that what data you want to be inside of this area. So you can just load the boundary, and then we kind of like set this entire location to just include Indonesia. So let me just scroll down a little bit. So it will take some time to load here, and this is the boundary that I had. Okay, so I can kind of like, instead of selecting the whole world, I can select just Indonesia, and then I can try to find the hotspots, if you can see here. Let me zoom in, because it's on a 1 kilometer resolution. So you can see that on this location, it detects hotspot. And the date that I've selected here is actually 2025, January until February. And throughout this platform, another good part here is that you can just click on the right-hand side here, the inspector, and maybe click on the hotspot here. And you can get information regarding this particular point and the current value of the hotspot itself. So if you're familiar with this data set, this number here is actually representing the temperature, but the temperature is in Kelvin. So you need to probably do the conversion back to Celsius in order for you to understand this better. Okay, so that's kind of like very easy. For me, it's very easy compared to how I learned ArcGIS and QGIS, because I took like around 2 months courses just to understand like what is happening in the traditional way. But when you do the ArcGIS, you need to download the data correctly from the website. Then you need to import properly, and then you need to set also the, I think the world coordinate, I think. I can't remember the name. They have a, starting from which longitude or latitude, something like that. So that's the challenge when I'm not from the geography background when I try to venture into this field, okay? So you can also test it. For example, let's say if you are interested in Bandung, let me just show you here. Okay, so you can also do a quick selection. For example, you are interested in Bandung here. So you can do a quick geometry import by just clicking on the right-hand side here. You can select the area of interest, and then pretty much you can filter the data based on the area of interest itself. So that is probably one of the easier way as well. So let me just, probably I don't need this. Let me delete it. Okay, let me just run through it. Okay, so that is the idea here, where you can actually run through and select your location. You can even change the size of the geometry and change the color on the left-hand side and right-hand side. But I think that is not really that important. That is up to you to explore on your own. Okay, so the idea here that I wanted to share is just that you are able to actually extract the data based on the area of interest that you are interested. Okay. So this is the fire data sets that we have, and this is all the samples that I've shown earlier. So next part here, we'll try to explore another set of different data set, where we try to access something called the meteorological data set, where we try to access probably temperature, precipitation, and etc. And the reason here to relate back to our previous study, which is we found that these places might be affected by hot and dry weather. But usually if you read the newspaper, they won't tell you something like, is it based on the past data? Is it based on the history? They won't tell you that. So for us, if you are interested to know, we can explore it through the entire data set that we have. Okay, so the goal here is that earlier we investigated Pahang, and the reason that written in the newspaper is because of a hot and dry weather. So we are trying to prove this point over here, whether is it really caused by a hot and dry condition. So same thing, we are going to focus on the location that is having the highest number of hotspots. So instead of like using the entire Pahang, I kind of like focus on this area here, where they have the highest number of hotspots for me to validate whether the idea of this data set actually works. So the data sets, the data that I'm interested here is three of these data, which is the temperature, precipitation means rainfall, and also the wind speed. So in general, these three kind of data set is kind of like saying they are very related to a fire. So for example, let's say if the temperature is higher, the sun today is hotter, we are going to expect a fire to happen. And at the same time, if the precipitation or rainfall is lower, means that it is very dry. Dry plus hot weather, it will cause the entire forest to have a lot of dry leaf, and the sun might cause it to burn. So that's the general idea and perception. But for wind speed itself, it is subjectable because in some experiments that they perform, they say that when the wind speed is very high, the fire will propagate or move even faster. But in certain scenario itself, if the fire is not too big, it is not really playing a very important role here. So there are various research arguing on this, but I think that's not very important. But the idea here is that whether is it applicable to your area. Just like the flood that happens in the morning, discussed in the morning today, it mentions that the flood in Indonesia is different, the flood in Malaysia is different, so it is affected by all different factors. So the same goes for fire. The fire that happens in Australia might not be the same as in Indonesia or Malaysia. So that's why I think that we probably need to localize it and try to analyze it. Okay? So in this condition, if the temperature increase, the rainfall decrease, and the wind speed increase, it will actually, we kind of like assume that it is going to create a very flammable environment. Okay? So the data set that we are going to use here, it is called the Terra Climate data set. The good part about this data set, it is available from 1918 until today. So which means if you are interested to go back into the year of 2000, you want to explore the data, extract the data, feel free to do so. There are multiple data, but we are only interested on the temperature, precipitation, and wind speed for this analysis itself. Okay? So the location, I have scoped down it into, instead of the state of Pahang, I have chosen a smaller location just to observe whether the analysis is actually correct, whether these variables is actually affecting the fire itself. Okay? So this is the result. There's a fire that happens, let me see, I've forgotten. There's a fire that happens here in March 2021. Trust me, if you work with like, if you try to get government data, and sometimes it is going to be a lengthy process. And sometimes you can't get it even though you try your very best, but your research still needs to go on, okay? So in that way, what happened here is that I go through newspaper articles, I try to extract what is the information that I can get, and they will say that, oh, in these 4 locations, how much area has been burned? So that is the only data that I get from the public source. So what happened here is that they told me that there are 4 locations that have some fire. So these 4 locations here is written in the newspaper. And the red dot here is actually the hot spots that is detected earlier in the previous experiments that I've done. Okay, so what happened here is that for the fire that happens in, let's say the fire here. Let's say the fire happened in March 2021. I want to observe whether in the previous 6 months, is there any increase in the temperature? So by using Google Earth Engine, it makes things much more simpler because you don't need to download the data set, get the data set from different places, combine it, and then you trace it back again. So since this data is available globally, I can kind of like map it out. So the first, this is March 2021. So what happened here is that I tried to analyze some 6 months earlier, maybe from October, November, is it October, November, December, January, February, March. So you can see that this is the temperature scale. The more red it becomes, it is more hotter lah. So you can see that from October to December, it is still okay, not too hot. But when it reaches January, February, and March, it is becoming much more hotter. So that's somehow I can make an assumption that the temperature actually affects the fire itself. Okay. So next, this is the precipitation, which is the water or the rainfall. So in Malaysia itself, it is common that October, November, and December, this is probably the month that is having the highest rainfall data, where we have a lot of rain and flood, of course. But when it reached to February or March, the rain becoming much lesser, so which means it also indicates that the forest is actually dry. Okay. So for the January part here is basically because the data is missing. So sometimes when you deal with satellite data, it is common for the data to go missing. So sometimes due to calibration error, or sometimes the data doesn't exist. So you need to keep that in mind when you play around with this satellite data itself. Okay. So for wind speed is interesting one because if we take a look into wind speed, the wind speed actually decreased in March. So with that in mind, I concluded that for the fire that happens in this particular location, it doesn't really affect by the wind speed itself. Maybe it is not too big, I don't know. But maybe if the fire is too big and the wind is big as well, it will actually cause the entire forest to be burned very fast because the fire can propagate from one tree to another in a very fast pace. Okay. So this is the temporal analysis for 10 years of the temperature. If you try to see like from 2010 until 2021, the reason I'm using 2021 is because this is during my PhD studies. Of course, you can extend this up to 2024 or even 2025. Okay, so we can see that the temperature is highest during from February to March, which is from day 50 to around day 120 of the year. So the temperature is actually the highest, and we can see that there are also a lot of fire happening during this time. And for the rainfall, we can also see that the rainfall in November, December, and January is probably higher compared to the other. And it shows a lower rainfall in the middle of the year, in the first quarter of the year itself. So if we try to combine this entire analysis with the hotspots that we have earlier, the hotspots that we have earlier is probably this part here. Let me highlight. So you can see that the hotspots is probably the highest from February to April. And if you try to relate this back to our temperature here, we can see that the temperature from February to April is also the highest among the year. And we can also see that the precipitation here is the lowest among the year. So that is kind of like giving us a good idea that when the rainfall is very low and when the temperature is very high, it usually affects the fire and cause more fire to happen. So while this is a very general knowledge, but sometimes when you want to prove it or when you want to actually kind of like show something, instead of just say that, oh, every year during Chinese New Year, I feel very hot, or I use my feeling to tell it, it's more easier for you to actually explain your experiments when you have this kind of data or analysis available to you. Okay. So this is the entire output for this meteorological assessment. So we can proceed to access the data set if you are interested. So just a quick one, same place like the Google Earth engine that we have earlier. So you can just go to the dataset catalog. Okay, so the dataset that I'm interested is called Terra Climate. Okay, so this is the dataset that we have, and it is available from 1958 until 2024 of December. So it calculates the monthly average and provides to you. And While the data set I shared earlier, the experiment, we only focused on temperature, wind speed, and also precipitation. If you click on the bands here, there are actually multiple more variables available to you. So you can see that there's some actual evapotranspiration, climate water deficit, Palmer drought severity index. So for those of you which are from the geography, some of these you might be familiar with it. Okay, so just use whatever data that is applicable to you. And you can just scroll down, same thing, open in the code editor. And this will actually shows you that we are going to actually shows you extracting the data set called temperature. And we are taking the data from 2017 July until August, okay? So with this, you can see that you can get a global scope of the temperature that is accessible to you, okay? So that is an idea where you don't need to download here and there. You can just get everything at one place. I think I can donate this. Let me remove this. Okay, so you can get everything at one place over here. So the temperature, everything. So you can also use the inspector to see the temperature of a particular location. So it will tells you that the temperature here on top is actually, when you click at that location, is 218 Kelvin. So I think that's the power of these two, okay? So if you are accessing my code over here, you can click on the 02B, where I actually kind of like simplified it and extracted only for Indonesia. So over here, this is the temperature for, let me just highlight. Okay, so I have multiple layers here where I have the wind speed, precipitation, and the temperature. So let's start with the temperature here. So you can see here, I don't know where am I. So Bandung dekat mana? Sekejap. This part? Oh, here. Okay, so let me scroll down. Okay, so let's see here the maximum temperature. So just some time here. Okay, so this is the temperature that we have in Bandung from, this is 2024 January until April. So clicking on the inspector, you can actually click on it and then you see the temperature here. How much was it? 283, 235 and something like that. So if you're interested maybe in a much more near one, maybe we can get like in December. So we get from November to December here. Okay, so you can see here that this is the temperature that you are facing in Bandung area for the temperature. So let's see temperature here. Okay, so the temperature is around 275 Kelvin. I don't know how much is in Celsius, 275 Kelvin to Celsius. So I think you need to do the ratio conversion also. So that's the challenge when you use all this. If you look at the data set here, there's one more thing you need to be aware. Terra climate. Terra. Okay, so let me just show you here something important. Okay, so if you take a look here, there's one more column here called the scale. Okay, so scale means that they already scale the number up or down. So just now the number doesn't really make sense, so you probably need to multiply it by another 0.1 because that is the number that you're looking for. Oh, they're actually using Celsius. So you just multiply 0.1 and you should get it back to the Celsius number. So which means the data that we get here, which is 27.5, the temperature is actually 27.5, okay? So if we take a look into the precipitation, which is the rainfall, and we can see that probably here, the rainfall, and we take a look on the top right, it's around 542. And how to make sense of this number, you will need to check with the data set and also your location, because there are no standard value for this, because some places it rains a lot, some places it doesn't rain a lot. That is normal for them. So for the research that is conducted, I think for all these kind of fire, it is really localized. So depending on the location that you are interested, you need to try to study the location first before you perform any kind of analysis. Okay. So same thing regarding this wind speed, you can also visualize it. So the wind speed itself, you can see that, maybe I zoom out a little bit, so you can have an idea where is having more wind or less wind. Okay, so perhaps at the bottom part of this here, it is more windy compared to the entire, I think this is Sumatra, is it? Sumatra and this area. So I assume that this part will be colder and this part will be much more hotter. Okay, so that's kind of like a general idea because I'm not too sure regarding this location itself. Okay. Okay, so that's kind of like the general idea on how you can actually access all this data. So if you're interested, feel free to access this script and change it to your location or whatever that you want to perform. Depending on your research question, you can even access it and use it differently. Okay. So last part here, we are going to do something related to burn area analysis, where we are going to try to find out whether we can find the burn area. Every time after some fire happens, we need to know whether we can get a historical data that fire actually happens there. So what happened here is that I'm trying to find out whether this data set called MCD64A1, which is one of the data set containing the burn area, whether it is able to pinpoint the burn area in Peninsular Malaysia correctly. Okay, so the case study that I'm going to do here is that pretty much same thing like what we have earlier. Earlier, we focused on entire Pahang, which is one of the state. Then we focused on one of the few of the area district here. So now we focus on actually one of the fire incidents at this particular location. So the main reason here is because I don't have the government data, so I try to find out in the newspaper. They reported that this location actually contains like 300 hectares of fire burn in March 2021. So what is going to happen here is that I'm going to just extract this burn area data set because the temporal coverage, they actually have the duration that they have actually covers the fire that happens. So it covers from November 2020, I think this is supposed to 2000 until 2024. Okay. So because due to that, I can't go to the location to verify the fire, and it already happened so long, I believe the tree already grows back. So we can't really kind of like use a physical validation, go there to check whether the fire happened. So I'm going to use another two set of data set, which is called the Sentinel-2 and Landsat-8. To keep it simple, these two data set, what it does is that we have our entire, I think we should be circle. We have our entire Earth. So these two satellites, which is called Sentinel-2 and also Landsat-8, for every maybe 18 days, it will punch through the entire Earth and then take a picture of it, of all the locations. So what is going to happen here is that for Sentinel-2, it is going to take every 5 days for the entire Earth, which means the entire location. For Landsat-8, for it to cover the entire Earth, it takes 16 days. So which means during the fire incident itself, we might get our luck in a way that the fire happens and we capture the image from there. So with that, we can kind of like have an idea whether the fire actually happens during that month. Okay. So this is the idea here. If we take a look into the left-hand side, this is the area. This is the area that is detected by the burn area dataset called MCD64A1. So this is the location that is detected as the fire. So from the satellite imagery, which is called Sentinel-2, and also Landsat-8, this is I get before the fire. Probably the fire happens in March. This one should be from January to February, the image. So this is the post-fire. I try to get probably from March to May. The reason you can't just use an exact month is because sometimes there's, what is that called? Awan. Awan is what? Cloud. There are clouds that is floating around and you won't get a clear image from it. So that is the main reason sometimes you can't just say that, oh, I want this particular date. It doesn't work that way. So when you deal with satellite data, a lot of times, the cloud condition, the rain condition, sometimes it will affect the quality of data collected. Okay, So you can see here that it is quite obvious that from the pre and post fire, if I zoom in a little bit here, it is quite obvious that some fire actually occurs here. So all this chocolate color that is showing up here, this is the post fire, but before the fire, it is actually all green and no fire actually happens there. And if you try to compare it with the location that is detected by the burn area dataset, I would say that it is quite accurate, which means that you can rely on this dataset to find the area that actually burns historically. So that is the main aim from these particular experiments itself. Okay. So this is some additional algorithms that I run through some other sweeper code. They try to use the Sentinel data and the Landsat imagery data. They wanted to find out like which area is having like a severe burn and a lower severity of the burn. But for that, I'm not really that interested because I just want to prove that the location that is being detected by the MCD64A1 dataset is actually containing the fire that I wanted to. Okay. Okay, so this actually gives us a good idea on this burn area. So let's try to access the data. Same thing, go back to the Earth engine. And you can just find out something called MCD64A1. Is it not called this? Fire MCD64A1, I think something like this. I think it should be this, I think. Okay, so same thing here, you can just access the particular code here at the bottom. And they will tell you the particular information on how you access and stuff, okay? So you can just run it. And in some good data set that might have different color, I think this is not MCD64A1. This is a Globefire 2020, which they have processed before. So you can find out which data set that you are interested to. Okay, so I'll just show you the one that I had on the sample code. So here. Okay, so this is running from 2017 until 2018 May. We try to filter the entire world because we didn't set any location. So this is all the burn area that happened in 1 year across the world for this data set itself. Okay, so in the absence of all these government data sets and stuff, perhaps some of these data might complement your analysis and research studies. So if you tried your best to get the data from government or different organizations, the reason they can't release it to you is most of the time related to privacy. So they will tell that this is private to the government, this is private to the company, they can't share to you. And that is the reason why the entire research of mine is trying my best to utilize all these public data or public resources. Okay? So just to give you an advantage of using this kind of tool or public data, especially as an academic research, you can actually share all this data and code publicly. Compared to if you are using like government or maybe organization, you will usually sign some contract like a NDA that you cannot publish. Sometimes you can't even write it as a paper. And sometimes they will say that you are only allowed to maybe share it as a picture, but you are not allowed to share the entire data set to the public. So they have a lot of rules and clauses available. Okay? So if we actually string it down, we can actually go to Indonesia as well. So I have actually mapped it down to the entire Indonesia. So let's see if I can get some data here. I extracted for 2024 and the entire 2024. So let's see. So this is the boundary. And which area have the highest fire in Indonesia? Kalimantan here. So let's see if we can find some fire here that is detected. Okay, so you can see that I think this is quite obvious here. This area, East Kalimantan. I'm not sure, but here, this part. Okay, so all these parts are the parts that is detected as the burn area over in the dataset for the year of 2024. So pretty much if we take a look at here, this will give you an idea like where you should focus if you're interested to do forest fire and stuff. Maybe you can contact the particular agency there, get some data and do further analysis from there. Okay, so that will give you an idea, and I think that's pretty much everything that I will share. Okay, so in conclusion, basically, if we talk about forest fire, it is a complex event influenced by multiple factors: environmental, climatic, and even human factor. So if you ask from the research perspective, a lot of times it is actually human factors, I think. So it is usually deals with human factors, but the idea here I wanted to highlight is that whether environmental factors actually affects the fire. So for example, let's say we say that there are a lot of people going to camping in the forest, then suddenly it causes fire. But let's say if there's a huge rain after they go for camping, I believe the fire won't happen so soon. I believe that is just my assumption. But a lot of things here, it is a complex event that we can say that you need a lot of analysis to finalize what is actually affecting the fire here. Okay? But throughout today's session, basically, I just wanted to highlight that satellite data from this Google Earth engine is actually increasingly available. And there are a lot of different kind of data that they can use for your own research purpose itself. Okay, so it offers you a practical and accessible way. You don't need to buy expensive GPU for your research and stuff. You can still perform something over here to explore or analyze and validate all these events and even perform some kind of different disasters, or even some people did something like they try to validate some kind of economy status, or maybe in the particular city, is it the pollution is much worse compared to the, and they compare also something like is revolutionization, the apa perindustrian, is causing more air pollution in this case itself. Okay, so there are a lot of ways that you can use this. Okay, so with that, I think I end my presentation here, my sharing here. I think I'll pass back to Dr. Didit here.
Test. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's quite new for me actually regarding this Google Earth Engine. So we already show the presentations. I think it's quite nice application, and then can be applied in many different areas actually. So I invite actually for the people here. If you have any questions, and then I also invite into the people in Zoom. Yeah, this is a hybrid. Then so I first invite in our floor right here in the room for the questions. Silakan. Can you introduce yourself and then having the questions?
Okay, hello, Mr. Xu. My name is Rafli. I'm from Telkom University, and I see your presentation is amazing, especially when you analyze the spatial and the temporal aspect of it. My question is regarding the data of in the Google Earth Engine itself. What satellite do you use? Do you use to get the surface temperature data?
Okay, clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
And maybe is the data updated daily, hourly, or daily, hourly, or other time?
Okay.
Clear.
Yeah. So there are two questions. The first one is the satellite data that is used, and then the other one is actually the temporal gap probably between each frame.
I understand.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I think my screen is still visible here. Okay.
Yes.
So if you are interested here, the data that I'm using just now is called TerraClimate. So the best part here is that you can actually go to the citation here, and you can read through the paper on how they generate this data. And if you are asking me whether is it like annual, monthly, or hourly, for this particular data set, I think it should be monthly. because I'm not sure if it's written, but I remember it's monthly. Let me see here. Description. Sekejap. I think it should be monthly. Here. So the Terra Climate is a monthly data set. Yes. So basically what happens here is that it is going to calculate the average of every month for the rainfall or temperature, then it's stored in this data set. But of course, if you are interested, I think there's also another few data set that is available regarding weather. You can just search through here. I don't remember. I think it's a weather. I don't remember the data set name, but you can try to filter and try to search. I think there are different data sets that is available. But the idea and the problem here is that sometimes some data sets are only available in the Western country. Like, for example, their own government release the data or their own organization release the data. But for Terra Climate, it's good because it is available globally. And you don't need to worry about whether your location is inside or not. It's available globally. Okay?
Okay, thank you for the answers. I
Yep.
guess that's from me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rafli. Okay, so I invite another question from the floor or in Zoom, if there are any. You can from the Zoom you can type in the question, or directly open mic. Okay, not yet. So maybe while we are waiting for another questions, I will ask about another one. So how long is actually the time frame for the data itself?
Okay, so this one is interesting. I think I also asked this when I started my research. So for every data set, the time is actually different. If you scroll on top here, it is written here, data set availability. So for this climate data set, it is available from 1958 until today.
Okay.
So you can actually do a very long-term temporal analysis for the temperature, wind speed. So let's say if you wanted to know like whether the temperature like 30 years ago, is it the same like today? And then you can maybe relate back to all the climate changes that is happening around as well.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any questions? Other participants? So if not, and I would like to ask again. So during your analysis, so you were saying that from January to March, there's hotspots, and then at the same time, the wind is actually blowing somehow.
Yeah.
And then from these three plots, that one, the other one, this
one.
The three comparisons here. So in which you trying to conclude that during the first 3 months, they're prone to have some
more fire. Yes.
Right. So before we go to there, in Malaysia, is that in Indonesia, let's say, January to March usually is the heaviest rain.
Oh.
I think, is it really completely different in Malaysia?
I have no idea. Maybe it's like depending Indonesia which region. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because the entire, the places might be at a different zone.
Okay. Because in Indonesia, usually when there's a flood, it's usually on February or during December to February. There's quite a lot of heavy rain. And then after that.
But maybe I would like to highlight here is that if you notice here, the peak is in March.
Yeah.
So sometimes the February here might be like just the switching of the season from the flood season to the hot season.
Okay.
I think in Malaysia, sometimes we felt that the Chinese New Year, which is always held on February, at that point of time, it will become crazily hot. And then when it moves towards March and April, it will be very hot during that time and less rain. So that's the kind of like the season that we've been through. But I'm not sure because in Indonesia, I think it's very big. Maybe different places, they might have a different climates around.
I'm talking about Jakarta actually.
Okay.
Jakarta is usually The heaviest rain is actually during December until March, let's say.
Okay.
That's the heaviest. And then it's musim kering. Musim kering is
Kemarau.
usually on July. It's quite different than this.
Then it will be
graphics
very
actually.
different. Yes.
Okay.
Perhaps it's good
Yeah.
to do the analysis as well. Then you can know the answer.
Okay, so this place is in
Malaysia.
In Malaysia, which
Yes.
part?
Pahang.
Oh, Pahang.
Yeah, one of the state over.
Oh, okay.
I think here. This
Pahang.
is
Oh,
over
okay.
this part.
Oh, yeah.
This
yeah.
part of
Okay,
Malaysia.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Thank you for the answer. Any questions? Other participants? Okay, not yet. Okay. Any other questions? So I'm also because we still have a time. So I'm working on let's say climate actually, especially for when I trying to get a mapping from solar energy, so solar irradiance, let's say. Is there any possibility in which we can try to map potential of solar energy, let's say in Malaysia, regarding so it is can be like based on historical data, right? Do you think it is possible to use available data and then try to get an analysis which one actually the hotspot or best location to get solar power, solar energy?
I think it's an interesting question. I think for that we can pretty much. I think if we use this Terra climate, we can actually focus on. I think there's one
SSD,
thing.
I think,
SRD.
SSRD.
Which
Yeah,
the
solar
shortwave radiation. Yeah, the
Yes.
solar. And also
That's
I think
also available.
Yes, it's available. I think here. Oh, it's not over there already. Okay, so it's on the SRAD, which is the downward surface shortwave radiation, and I
Yeah,
think we
yes.
can also use around with the what is that called, the land surface, where we try
Yeah.
to find the terrain and then which part is it receiving more
Yes.
sunlight. I think with that too, we can probably find the area that is most suitable for the project, so that we can know that which direction we get more sunlight and stuff.
Okay.
So we can actually discover on the what they call the land surface data set, where they have this terrain, altitude, and elevations and stuff.
Okay. So it, in simple way, it is much possible, right?
Yes.
Yeah, to do this reanalysis. Okay. Thank you for the answer. Any other questions? Okay. Okay. If there's no, then I would like to close this meeting. Thank you very much for the presentation. So we give applause for the speaker today. I give back to Miss MC.
All right.
Silakan.
Thank you, Dr. Chu Yi Jian, all right, from Multimedia University Malaysia for the insightful knowledge. Sir, thank you. And also a huge appreciation to our moderator, Dr. Didit Aditya, for leading the session. And would like to deliver a taken up appreciation from the committee. So we would like to kindly invite both of you to be in the center of the stage. Yes, and then we would like to invite Chair of the 13th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, ICOCT 2025, which will be delivered by Dr. Mahmud. Okay, for the first certificate will be delivered by the moderator first. And the next one, we also would like to invite the chair of ICOICT 2025. Yes, to the moderator, to give the certificate to the moderator leading the session. And Dr. Didit Aditya, please kindly stay on the stage. And we would like to give souvenir from the committee as well to the speaker. So we hope this can remind you of our beloved university, Telkom University, and also opens up possible collaboration, of course, in the future. And Dr. Du, please kindly also to be in the center of the stage. Mr. Mahmoud, please kindly still would like to capture this moment. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give applause once again. There was a very impressive knowledge, of course, and we get to know more. And I guess that we get more, of course, more knowledge as well for, and also to be implemented in our project next for giving us the insight, and also to Dr. Didit Aditya for leading this amazing session. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived to the next session, that is coffee break session. In this opportunity, we would like to invite all of you to have a 15-minute break, and we'll start the next session at 2:45 p.m. To resume the next agenda. And in the next session, there will also be the second tutorial session, which will be presented by technologist Dr. Husna Sarira. Dr. Husna will be presenting on statistical inference using R. And also there will be parallel session, which will be conducted in room 2A on IoT system and infrastructure, information technology applications, which will be directed by Dr. Jashila. And there will be artificial intelligence and machine learning in room 2B, and will be directed by Dr. Aditya Firman Ihsan. And in room 2C, there will be IoT system and infrastructure, and will be led by Muhammad Faris Fatoni, STMT PhD. And in room 2D, which is about artificial intelligence and machine learning, will be directed by Dr. Kurniawan Nur Ramadhani. And in room 2E, there will be data science, and its implementation topic will be led by Tinesh Ganeshan here. And also in 2F, there will be IoT system and infrastructure, which will be directed by Mr. Rahmat Yasirandi, STMT PhD. And last but not least, of course, there will be 2G in room 2G, there will be information technology application session chair, Novian Anggiswastika PhD. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the coffee break, which will be conducted in 15 minutes. And it's the time for us to recharge ourselves. You can also enjoy the refreshments inside of the room. So ladies and gentlemen, let's enjoy the coffee break. in no hours. So we would like to kindly invite all of the participants who are still outside of the room to kindly return to the room as we are starting the next session. And before starting the agenda, we also would like to encourage every one of you to be in your most comfortable position and also to turn your mobile phone into silent mode. And we would like to invite all of the participants to actively participate into the discussion during the tutorial session. And of course, to the online participants to kindly type the questions on the chat box. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session. And let's start the tutorial session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 13th International Conference on Information and Communication Technology ICT 2025 afternoon session. And we hope you have enjoyed the coffee break and also taken the opportunity to refresh yourselves and also exchange ideas with fellow participants. So we are now ready to continue with the next highly anticipated session of today's program, that is tutorial session 2. So in this second tutorial session, it's an honor for us to have technologist Dr. Husna Sarirah from Taylor's University, Selangor, Malaysia, who will present about statistical inference using R. And during this session, of course, we'd like to invite all of the participants joining us on site and also online to actively participate into the discussion. And for the online participants, you may wanted to type the question on the chat box. So ladies and gentlemen, this session will be led by our interactive moderator. So please allow me to read the profile of our moderator for today. In this session, we'll be led by our moderator, Dr. Putu Hari Gunawan from Telkom University. Dr. Putu Hari Gunawan received his Bachelor of Science in Computational Mathematical from Udayana University, Indonesia in 2009. He earned his MSc dual degree in Computational Science in 2011 from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia, and Kanazawa University, Japan. Followed also by a dual doctoral degree in Applied Mathematics from IDB and Université Paris-Est, France in 2015. He is currently an associate professor in the Department of Informatics, School of Computing, Telkom University, Bandung, Indonesia. He has authored 5 textbooks in the field of numerical mathematics and computational statistics, and also published research in leading journals such as Computers and Fluids, Computational Geoscience, and Progress in Computational Fluid Dynamics. Additionally, he has presented more than 90 papers at international conferences organized by IEEE, Springer, Elsevier, and the Journal of Physics Conference Series. His research interests include computational mathematics, modeling and simulation, and also computational statistics. Associate Professor Dr. Putu Hari Gunawan is also actively involved in academic and community initiative, particularly in promoting computational thinking in early childhood education. What an amazing profile of our moderators for today. So ladies and gentlemen, come with me. Let's welcome Dr. Putu Hari Gunawan.
Check. Okay. So, okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this insightful tutorial sessions titled Statistical Inference Using R. So this session is a part of our ongoing effort to enhance research capacity and practical data analysis skills among academic students and professionals alike. So we are deeply honored to have with us today Dr. Husna Sarira Husin, right? And a distinguished senior senior lecturer at the School of Computer Science, Tyler's University, Malaysia. And Dr. Husin brings with her over 2 decades of rich experience in both academia and industry, with a research focus on spanning process mining, machine learning, and educational technology, also, and the AI applications in the healthcare and agriculture. So it is close to my research interest also. And she is also a senior atrophy member and an accomplished researcher with a multiple international collaboration and grants. In today's workshop, Dr. Hussein will guide us through the principle and practice of statistical inference using R, and covering hypothesis testing, right? Yes. Confidence intervals, regression analysis, and many more. With a strong emphasis on a hands-on application, of course, right? So prepare your, hope that there's a students here, and prepare maybe our environment, right, on the computers, and get ready for the productive learning experience. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Husna Sarira Husin. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Can also guide me as well along the way. So why I choose this topic, statistical inference using R, because as you know now in big data, in data analysis, we have huge amount of data, right? So I think 10 or 20 years ago, maybe we don't use statistics in our computer science papers, all algorithm-like. But now, in most of the computer science paper, you can see that we use statistical analysis to support our findings, right? And it seems like, as a computer science, you have to know statistics because it's the foundation, especially if you are in the area of data analytics, data science. Statistics is a very important knowledge that you can use to provide evidence for your findings and also your results. So my topic here is very simple, statistical inference. Hello? Okay. So I'm going to use R because R is one of the very popular software, and it's open source, it's free. So I hope those participants online and also who are here in the hall, they have already installed R. So for those of you who have not installed R, so you can install R from this URL. And I'm going to use R Studio because it's easier, it's very user-friendly. Okay, so basically R, if you have not have heard of R before, is a statistical software. Okay, but you can also use R for machine learning, but it's very limited, especially if it comes to deep learning. You have to use it with Python, right? But since we are using R, so as if you go through the history of R, it was founded by the 2 guys from New Zealand, right? And their names start with R, Robert and Ross, I think. And before R, there was a software called S, right? Statistics. So R started with statistics, and now you can use R for almost everything. Right, it's free, it's open source, okay, easy to download, it will take you about less than 5 minutes to download, and you can use many packages. So same like Python, you have to install the package, and then once you have installed it, you just have to run the library. Okay, and there are many companies, well-known companies that use R. Okay, Google use R, Facebook, Bing, okay, among those of the popular companies. And we will use R Studio. So this is a very user-friendly interface you can use to work with R. You can see all your tables, your graph, your codes, Okay, so this is the R Studio panel. So there are 4 panels. So we write our code on the top here, the source panel, and at the bottom is the console panel where you can see your instruction and also your results. Okay, and on the side, on the right hand side is the environment panel. So you have all your data there. And at the bottom is the file panel. You can see also your plots and you can also download your package. So if I can show you R here. Okay, so let me just close this off. Okay, so if you are, let me just remove all this. Okay, so when you first download R Studio, you may only get 3 screens. Then you have to click here and you get the top one here. So this is where you write all your code and you can see all the output or the results at the bottom. So here is the environment panel. So if you have all your data, the data will be listed here and this will be all your files and plots. So I will interchange between R and also my slides. Is that okay? Right. Okay, so before we start with inferential statistics, we have to know what is descriptive statistics. That's the basic one. So you can basically divide descriptive statistics into 3 main categories: numericals, where you calculate the mean, median, mode, standard deviation, variance, and then you have your tables, and also your graph, and also your plots. Okay, and statistical inference is basically we use sample to infer the properties of a population. So if you want to know the population of Indonesia, how many million? 300 million, right? So that is a very big size, so that is quite a huge feat if you want to go and get everybody's opinion. So we will use a sample. So from there, from this sample data, we will estimate the characteristics of the whole population. Okay, so let's say this is the whole population of Indonesia, so we'll just extract a few. There's also a lot of ways on how to calculate the sample, right? So I think for 1 million sample, you need at least 354, I think. There's also a lot of studies that you can quote to justify how many samples that you collect. So basically, inferential statistics, they infer properties of the population, and then how do we infer this is by testing the hypothesis. Right, so the goal of statistical inference is to estimate the uncertainty of or sample to sample variation. For example, let's say out of all the Indonesian population, how many likes to eat spicy food? Right, so I see a lot of spicy sambal. Some of my friends here, they are afraid of the sambal because it's very spicy, right? So if we cannot go and ask everybody in Indonesia, so we just pick some sample, and there's also so many different ways of for you to do your sampling, right? Convenient sampling, simple random sampling. Okay, that's another one whole chapter. Okay, and also for statistical inference, it allows us to provide a probable range of values to the true values of something in the population. Right, so there are also many components that we can use to make this statistical inference, such as your sample size, the variability or the difference among the sample, and also the size of the observed differences. Okay, so when I was studying long time ago during my bachelor program, I had a very good statistics lecturer, and I really liked statistics that time. And then after that, when I started to work and also become lecturer, statistics was so far away. Then when I did my PhD, my supervisor asked me to go into statistics. He said that you have all your algorithms, you have all your experiments, but you can use statistics to give evidence, to give support to all your findings. Okay, so, and I find statistics is very sexy, right? It's one of the career where you can manipulate the numbers to show what you like, right? To reduce the bias, right? So these are some of the core concepts in statistical inference. You need to know the population, and then of course from the population we extract the sample. Okay, and then there's some parameters that you need to define from the population, like the mu, the mean, the sample population, and then we have the hypothesis testing. Right, so actually I'm also teaching this subject in Taylor's, and today is my paper, final exam. Okay, and I've been bombarded by students' messages asking me all different weird questions about statistics. Okay, and one question I got angry was, Miss, how to know the p-value in calculating the hypothesis testing? Then I just replied, that's the main point, you have to find the p-value, right? So he was like, oh really? Okay, so hypothesis testing, this very interesting. Okay, even for a non-statistic person, they find it very difficult to grasp what is hypothesis testing, right? And then confidence interval, another area of statistics that is also very hard to explain to students. I had to give a lot of examples, okay, and also I hope they do well in the exam today. The exam is at 5 o'clock today, and also evaluate the model, especially regression. Okay, so first, hypothesis testing. So why do we do hypothesis testing? So we want to make sure, okay, it's a method to determine if the findings of the study will provide evidence to support a specific theory relevant to a larger population. Okay, so it's to test whether the null hypothesis is where when you write your null hypothesis, it should be no difference or no effect that can be rejected or approved. But in statistical term, we don't say approve, right? We say fail to reject, right? So if I said the null hypothesis is accepted, you will get angry, right? It should be fail to reject. It's either fail to reject hypothesis or reject hypothesis. So if I have this here, okay, a guy asking the girl to marry, will you marry me? And the girl say, I reject the null hypothesis. So what is that? Is she accepting the proposal or rejecting the proposal? She said, I reject the null hypothesis. What is it, Dr. Putu? Does she accept the guy or he rejects the guy? Anyone? Okay, so you are proposing to your girlfriend, say, will you marry me? And the girl says, I reject the null hypothesis. Okay, so this guy was, huh? Yes, reject means yes. Because the null hypothesis means no change, right? So if you try this to your girlfriend, see what she answers. If she say, I fail to reject the null hypothesis, then you are in big problem lah, must find another girl. Right, so these are the general steps for statistical inference. So basically, first you have to formulate the research question. What is it that you want to study? Then from the research question, we can write down the hypothesis. So there's the null hypothesis and the alternative hypothesis. And then we collect the data. So in my class, we use R built-in dataset. And I also encourage the students to find dataset from Kaggle or UCI. And then we do EDA, exploratory data analysis. So this is to understand our data structure, distribution, and any potential relationship. And then we choose the appropriate statistical test. So there's a lot of tests, right? So there's t-test, under t-test, there's another, three more different tests. There's z-test, chi-square test, ANOVA test, right? And then we formulate the hypothesis, okay, both null and alternative. And then we will perform the statistical test. So based from the hypothesis, we can select which is the appropriate test, right? And also depends on the variables that we choose, correct? And also we interpret the result. So this is where we analyze the p-values. So from all these statistical tests, we will get the p-values, the confidence intervals, and also the model coefficients. And then we will decide whether to to fail to reject or reject the null hypothesis. So we can also do a model evaluation. There's two key tests, right? Levine's test to assess the model's performance and suitability. Okay, so I have a statistics expert here, right? So I have to make sure that whatever I see is correct. Okay, so these are basically the steps. When you have your data set, you also have to really look into the data. You have to learn what are the variables, what types of data, categorical, quantitative, numerical, continuous, right? And then you check the condition, right? Whether normality, it has bell curve, right? Independence of error, homozygosity, right? And also random sampling, and then determine the number of samples, whether it's one sample, two sample, and also identify the objective. So this is just a short one on the different types of data. You have numerical and categorical. So numerical can be discrete, one student, two student, right? Continuous data like the height of the student, the weight of the babies, and then you have nominal data, gender or female or male, okay, different color, what else? Different nationality, different race, and then you have ordinal data that have ranks, right? So if you like rank me from 1 to 5, maybe I get 1, then it's okay, right? Okay, so this is one example that I prepare for us to do with R. Okay, so we want to compare two teaching methods because I'm a lecturer and there's students here. So I hope it is you can understand the concept easier. Right, so we want to compare effectiveness of two different teaching methods. One here, we are live in this hotel, and there's another one online. So we will randomly assign students to each method and will record their score. Right, so the research question here, is there any significant difference in the average test between the students that are taught using method A or method B? We want to see, is there any difference or not? Right, so we will generate a sample. So here, if you are in, let me just, okay, so can you see, is it too small? Okay, so I'm just going to generate a random sample. Okay, so set seed, and then for method A, so I'll just set like this. Okay, so this, and then for method B here, and you can see all your values, your data will appear on the environment panel. So I will combine this random sample of scores A and scores B into a data frame. So data frame is like a table, so we call data frame in R. So I call it as data DF. So you can see it here. So there's 100 objects. So 50 for scores A and 50 for scores B. So if I click here, you can see the data. Okay, so this is the random score and this is the method A and B. So 50 each. Right, so this is randomly generated. Okay, so running off or no battery. Thank you. Okay.
Test.
Okay, can I continue or should we wait? Okay, so for R, we have this function called head. It will display the first 6 rows. Okay, so if I show head, first 6 rows, and tail will show the last 6 rows. Right, and then you want to see the summary statistics. So very easy. R is like SQL. So I also teach database. So okay. Okay, so they use very simple English. Okay, no complicated English. So you have to learn all the functions. So here in summary data DF means you have the summary of this data frame. So if you run, you can see it at your console panel. Okay, it will summarize the minimum, first quarter, median, mean, third quarter, and max. So here, this is the method A and B. So each of them has 50 rows. Right? And then here, I use this function called T apply. So there's apply, there's L apply, S apply, and T apply. So basically, we want to see the difference between the scores, the summary here, because in this summary, we see both of them. So we want to see the summary for score A and score B. So I run this. So you can see here, okay, the maximum for A is 92.35 and B is 95.31. And the mean for A, the average is 75.28 and B is 81.02. So from here, you can generally say that B is better, right? Okay, so in R, you have to install package. So the next one is to do some visualization of the data. So if you want to install package, you can go to Tools, Install Packages. Okay, and just type the name of the package. So the package that I'm going to use is called ggplot2. Or another way, you can go to Packages here, and then click Install, and you type ggplot2. Or this one, just type install .packages, and then ggplot2. Okay, but I've already installed the package, so I'm not going to install anymore. So I just comment this. They use hashtag. Okay, so I run the library ggplot, right? And then I'm going to draw a histogram. Okay, so here we are going to use this data df of the scores. Okay, AES is aesthetics. So ggplot, they use GG is meaning grammar of graphics. So they have aesthetics and the plots. So here, X will be the X-axis, and we have the score, and we will fill it with the different methods, whether A or B. So here is the bin width. The position dodge means it's next to each other, right? And then here is the labels, and the label for the X and also Y-axis. So for R, you can select and then click the run. So you can see it here. Okay, you can zoom. You can see the score, right? So you can look. So A is the one in pink and B is the one in blue. So you can see basically A, right, has a lot of part here, those who get lower marks, and B has more on the higher mark side. Right, so if you want to save this, you can export, save as image. You can choose the format, PNG, JPEG, TIFF, or you can, if you are writing a paper using LaTeX, you can save as PDF. Right? Okay, so this is the first histogram. Okay, so if you want to draw another diagram, a box plot, okay, the same format, ggplot, the data frame. Okay, so X will be on the method. Okay, the score, Y will be the score, and fill will be the method. So if we run this, okay, you will get this ggplot, this box plot, sorry. Okay, so here from the two graphs and also from the summary, we can infer that method B is slightly better than method A, right? So if you are doing a simple paper, so that's it. But we want to enhance our paper to put this statistical analysis to confirm that method B is better, right? So what we can do, so here all my slides are here. Am I going to share the slides with the students? Okay. So you can copy, you can try, because I have all the R codes there. Okay, and also the screenshots of each of the results. Okay, the histogram and the box plot. So from the summary and the T-apply function, we can see that method B has higher score. Okay, then we want to choose the test. Okay, so we are going to use t-test. Okay, so Dr. Putu, what's the difference between t-test and z-test? T-test and z-test.
Z is for the normal sequences. The T with the lowest numbers.
Lowest numbers, right? If it's 30 or less. And also if the standard deviation is unknown. Yes, correct. So A for me. Okay, so the t-test is one of the most common hypothesis tests. Okay, so my student got very confused, YT, YZ, right? So a lot of students, I think they get confused of that. And also under t-test, you have 3 more different tests. Okay, one sample t-test. Is there any difference between group and the population? Right, and then independent sample t-test, is there a difference between 2 independent groups, like our method A or method B? And then we have paired sample t-test, is there a difference in a group between 2 points in time? Right, so let's look at examples here. For one sample t-test, you want to compare the mean of a single sample to a known or hypothesized population. For example, I have my class score, I want to compare it with the national average. Right, so let's say you have your score for your subject statistics, you want to compare maybe from the past 10 years, right, to see whether your score is higher or not. Right, so we will write the null hypothesis as the mean score of the class is equal to the national average, and the alternative hypothesis is that it's not equal. So if it's not equal, this is a two-tailed test, correct? Right, so if it's greater or less, it will be, if it's greater, it will be right tail test. If it's less, it will be left tail test. That's so complicated. But you are it's at the tips of fingers, right? So the second t-test is independent sample t-test. So we want to see, is there a difference between 2 independent groups? Okay, for example, we want to compare the average test score of students who study using online and also the one come to class physically. Right, so we have the null hypothesis, there is no difference, right? And for the alternative hypothesis, there is a difference. Okay, so this is a bit similar to the previous one, right? But this one is 2 groups, just not only 1 group. And then we have paired sample t-test. Okay, this is to compare the means of 2 related groups before or after. Okay, so example, if I join the gym, so the trainer will want to see my weight, whether it goes down or stay the same, or worse, go up, right? So they want to see before or after. So usually we use this in medical field, right, to see whether the drug is effective or not. Okay, so the null hypothesis, there's no difference in the mean weight. Okay, so no difference. You spend so much money in the gym, but no difference. But alternative hypothesis, there is a difference. So this is what we want. This is what I want. Right? So we choose the appropriate statistical test based on our problem just now, right? Because we want to compare which method is better, A or B. So from our EDA, from our graph, we can see that B is better. But we want to do all these tests, okay, and to make it more firm that B is the best, correct? So we use this independent 2 sample test. Okay, so our hypothesis, there is no significant difference between method A and method B. But for alternative hypothesis, there is a significant difference. Okay, so for the hypothesis testing, so this is where because it's a 2-tailed test, so there's values in between, right? So this is where we fail to reject the null hypothesis. So if the score, the value falls between this region, we will fail to reject the null hypothesis, meaning there is no difference. But if the value is before or after this region, then we will fail to reject the null hypothesis. Okay, so this is the one I said just now, the right tail test, the left tail test, and also the 2-tail test. So we are going to perform the two-tail test. So first we do this, we will use this function. Okay, we want to consider whether to assume equal variances, so we can use this Levene's test, right, to check the standard deviation. So for this example, we proceed with both assuming equal variance because they are all 50-50. Okay, and then we will assume using this test okay, to check using this var.test, okay, to perform f-test to compare the variance. Okay, so we get these results here. So you can try, just copy the code, the script, and you'll get the same result. And the key thing to look at here is the p-value. All right, so the p-value is here. Right, so we have the f 1.3657. Okay, and then we have the num, the f is what? Freedom, degree of freedom. Yep. And then the norm degree of freedom. So we have p-value 0.2788. Right, so here if p-value is greater than 0.05, we might assume equal variances. Correct? In our case, our p-value is 0.2788. So we can assume equal variances. Right? So if you look here at the bottom there, if you perform the sample test, you can see that the mean in group A and group B is different. Right? So this support our earlier findings that group B is different. Right? So option 2 is where we don't assume equal variance, where we conduct Welch t-test. Okay, so we can perform independent 2-sample t-test. Okay, so we take the method here, the score and the method. This is our data. And then if we print the t-test, we'll get this answer. Right? So now we are going to interpret the results. Okay, so p-value for both tests, the p-value is extremely small. Right? So when it is small, so usually we'll set the alpha level to 0.05. So since the p-value is less than 0.001, that means we reject the null hypothesis. So the confidence interval, the 95% confidence interval for the difference in means does not contain 0, right? And this further support the rejection of the null hypothesis. So we can suggest that the true average score for method B is between 3.01 and 8.48, higher than method A. So for the sample estimate, the mean for method A was approximately 75.27, which you can see in the results before, and method B was approximately 82.02. So we draw our conclusion, right? There is a statistically significant evidence to conclude there is a difference in the average test score between students taught using method A and method B. Actually, I think they should change this one. Instead of taught using method A and method B, is taking the exams physically or online, right? So you can see the score very different, right? So specifically, method B appears to result in significantly higher test score. So apart from the t-test, we can do other statistical tests. So these are the most common ones. We can do PET t-test for dependent samples, chi-square test. Is chi or chi or chi? Chi, how is it pronounced? Chi-square or chi-square? Chi-square, okay. Okay, ANOVA and also regression, linear regression. So if we do this PET t-test, right? So let's say we want to measure the same group before and after intervention. So we can generate this data, right? So let's say the example, we want to compare the student scores before and after a special tutoring program. Okay, so if you don't get good marks, so your parents send you for tutor, we want to see the effectiveness of the tutoring. Okay, so we have the scores before, so we can generate this, right? And then the scores after, so these are just all random numbers. So we pair the data, right? And then here we write the hypothesis, and then we do the t-test. Okay, so after that we get the results here, and we look at the p-value. So the p-value is really, really small, right? And the confidence interval is above 0, so you can conclude a significant increase. Okay, so that is for PET t-test. We can do chi-square test or chi-square test. So basically this chi-square test is for categorical data. For example, different nationality, different type of food, what else, different color, right? Different type of cars. Okay, so you want to check association between two categorical variables. Different gender, you want to see is there any association between gender and preferred learning style. So we can create sample data. Okay, so we put as male and female. So we only 100. So in Malaysia, we only have male and female. Yeah, in Thailand there may be more. But I know in Indonesia you allow binary, right? No, just male and female. Okay, because in some countries they have male, female, binary, right? So if you have more than 2, then you have to put 3. I don't know. Okay, and then what are the learning styles? So they have. I'm sure you have heard all the different learning style: visual, auditory, kinesthetic. So we have all these different learning styles here. Then we do a contingency table for a chi-square test. So we can see the difference here. Or this can also be called as cross-step analysis, right? Right. So we can see all the different learning styles for the female and also the male. Okay, so in statistics, contingency table is also called cross-step analysis. Okay, so I actually learned this when I was doing a research grant from my friend in Universitas Indonesia. So we had to do a cross-step analysis because we were comparing between different age of the respondents. So he said, okay, you have to do a cross-step analysis. I was like, what? So it's a good thing that I learned from there. So this is very, because I think I see this a lot, but I didn't know what is it called, right? So in Excel also you can do cross-step analysis. Okay, so here for our gender and learning style independence, so this will be the hypothesis, right? So here the null hypothesis, gender and learning style are independent. Sorry, not independent. So there's a typo there. Okay, so when you draw a when you perform a chi-square test, you will get the result. Okay, and you can see the p-value here 0.02, meaning that there is a significant association. So there is a difference between female and male on different categories of learning. Okay, we can, if you have more than 2 groups, just now we were comparing male and female, so if you have binary, you can use ANOVA. Okay, so ANOVA is analysis of variance. Okay, so let's say you want to compare mean across more than 2 groups, compare test score across different teaching methods, so you can use this one. Right, so here we have our hypothesis is the mu equals to A. The mu is the same for A, B, and C, or the alternative hypothesis, at least one of the mu is different, one of the mean is different. So we use the ANOVA AOV, that's the function. So we have the score and the method, so this is the data. So we get the summary here, and you can see the 3 stars. The 3 stars will tell you which code to compare. So because it's 3 stars, so you compare with 0. So you can see that the p-value is 0.000275, which is smaller, right? So you look at the method row here. If it's significant, means there's a difference somewhere among the group. Okay, so if it's significant, you want to do some more tests, you're still not happy, you can perform this post hoc test called QK-HSD to see which of the pair is different. Okay, so we can use this function QK-HSD ANOVA, right? So from here, you can see all the difference between B and A, C and A, C and B. Okay, what is the difference? What is the P-adjusted value, right? So here, QK-HSD will show pairwise comparison and their p-values, telling exactly which group differs significantly. Okay, so then we have regression, right? So this is the modeling relationship between continuous variables. Yeah, computer science, yeah, they like regression. There's so many types of regression. So I just do the simple one, just the multiple linear regression. So this one, oh no, this is simple. Okay, simple linear regression, predicting exam scores based on hours studied. Right, so you only have 2 values. Okay, so if you have, you generate the data, right? So you have this data here. I think I can show you the data here. I did. This one. Okay, so if I generate the data, right? So I have the regression data. So from here, I have the hours studied here and the exam score. So I want to do a regression. So this is the regression. So if I plot the relation, okay, this is the linear model. So we can plot the graph. You can see here. So this is the best fit line, right? And you can see most of the points are very close to your line. So what does this mean, doctor? Okay. Yeah, about relationship, right? So we fit the linear model, we use the LM function, so we take the score. So the score will be the dependent variable, right? And the hours will be your independent variable. Dependent variable here means the outcome. Okay, so when I was doing my PhD, a lot of my social science friends would they got so confused with independent and dependent variable until I'm also confused. But now when I do regression, oh, actually dependent is the outcome, right? DV and IV, so dependent, so outcome means you want to see the outcome, so you just put all the independent variables. Okay, so here we only have two, the hours and also the score. So you run the linear model, okay, and you can see the summary of the model here. Right, so we look at the p-value. Okay, so here you can see it is very, very small. We are comparing this with 3 with 0.001. Okay. Here's the line. Okay, the interpretation. So the intercept is the predicted score when our study is 0. Right, and then you have, if you look at the formula, the intercept is B0, right, and then plus B1x, so B1x is your slope, right? So the hours, the predicted change in exam score for every 1 unit increase if hours studied. That means the more you study, the higher grades you will get, inshallah. Right, so we have the p-value. Okay, you can see the p-value just now was very, very small. And also they have the R squared, right? So here the R squared is also 1 here at the bottom here. So multiple R squared 0.7101 and adjusted R squared, right? So the R squared is also the proportion of variance in the dependent variable explained by the independent variable. So the higher is better, right? And you have your F statistic and p-value, so test the overall significance of the model. Okay, so we can also do model evaluation. We can draw a QQ plot, right, to see the residual analysis. So we can check the normality of the residual. If it's bell curve, means the residuals are normally distributed. And then this homoscedasticity to check if the variance of residual is constant across predicted values and also independence of error. Okay, so here is also examples here. I also put how we can plot the residual analysis. So if I run this, no, it's not there. Then I just copy here lah. Okay, I always have this problem, wait ah. Show you, I always get this error. Okay, there's actually a way to do it, but I always forgot. if you get this error in plot, so you just have to put it here. So mar is margin, right? And then set it back to 1, 1, and then run your plot again. So you get this. So this will be the residuals, right? So to see the residuals. Okay.
The use of the QQ plots.
Yes. The use of the QQ plot where you can see the normality, where you can check that the points should lie close to the line. And also scale to location to check your homoscedasticity and residual versus leverage. So from this diagram here just now, all these four will, so all these four diagrams you can use to check your residual analysis. Alright, and then this one, R squared and adjusted R squared. So in this example, because it's using simple linear regression, so the adjusted R squared will not be significantly different. But if you use multiple linear regression, every time you add your variables or your parameters, then the adjusted R squared will be adjusted. Right, so if you add too many predictors, it will give you the honest assessment, right? But you wouldn't know if you add a lot at once. You wouldn't know which one is the one affecting your adjusted R squared. Then we have the RMSE, root mean squared error. So this measures the average magnitude of the errors. The errors means the difference of the point to your best fit line. So we want to measure that. So the smaller is better. So this is how you can calculate your RMSE, right? And then for logistic regression, we use the confusion matrix. Okay, so we want to see the correct and incorrect prediction for each class. We have this evaluation matrix: accuracy, precision, recall, F1 score, and also ROC curve, and also AUC. Right, so this is ROC, receiver operating characteristic curve, that shows how well a classification model can distinguish, right? Let's say whether spam or not spam. And then here is how to interpret the ROC curve. So this is quite a long one. So you also, when you are doing the interpretation, there's the true positive rate, right? False positive rate. So usually we want to reduce the false positive, right? So this is how to interpret. So for ROC curve, top left corner is the best. So if it's closer to the top left corner, then it's great. Means you are correctly identifying the spam, the one that you are classifying. If it's above the diagonal line, then your model is better than any just random guessing. Right, so here is AUC. So this one is very long actually. So because I thought there will be students here. So usually we will use ROC and AUC also. Okay, AUC is where you compare the model, right? Offers a quick comparison for multiple models and effective with imbalanced data set. Especially I see some of my students they use the data set to detect fraud. But most of the data set is actually not fraud. So it's very imbalanced. So we can use AUC. Right, so this is to interpret AUC values when AUC is equals to 0.5, meaning that the classifier's performance is equivalent to random guessing. So if it's between 0.5 and 1, means the classifier outperform random guessing. So the closer the value to 1, the better it is. Right, so important consideration assumptions. So that's the 4 assumptions for the regression: normality, homoscedasticity, independence of errors, and one more I can't remember. There's 4, right? And independence of observation. Then the effect size, right? So while p-value tell you if an effect is statistically significant, they don't really tell you about the magnitude of the practical importance of the effect. So the report effect size, like Cohen's D for t-test and the R squared. So that's why we use the R squared just now. And sample size, a larger sample size will generally increase the power of your test. The more the better. And then also needs to differentiate between causation and correlation. Okay, so if the weather is hot, probably the sales of ice cream will increase. But it doesn't mean that the number of skin cancer increase is related with the sales of ice cream, right? So there's the difference between causation and correlation, and also outliers. And outliers can heavily influence results. So it's either you remove, you transform, right? And then also the type 1 and type 2 errors, right? So this is one of the things that can skew your results, right? So what are type 1 and type 2 errors? So type 1, the null hypothesis is incorrectly rejected when it's actually true, right? So like here, for example, type 1, you are pregnant. Okay, type 2, she's pregnant, but then the doctor says she's not pregnant, right? So I think that's all from me. I am going very fast. I'm scared that I don't have enough time. So I hope you guys learn something from me about inferential statistics. It's actually a very powerful tool, especially when providing evidence to your results, okay, not just your algorithm. So you can use inferential statistics to support the evidence of your results. Thank you very much, Dr.
Okay, thank you very much. Please give applause to Dr. Husna. So this is very interesting talk, and I hope that you are not sleepy for the for the finding to reject the null hypothesis. Okay, today. So any questions for the audience, or maybe from the onlines? If there are any questions. Okay, so before we wait for the question, the questions, yes, okay.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. And my question is, when I try to analyze data, my first problem is how I get a good sample from a population. So based on your experience, what is the rule of thumb to get a sample from a population? I guess that's my question.
Okay.
How to get a good sample from your population? Okay, so that's a very interesting question, because I think every researcher will face that problem as well. So you can use that table, Kersey and something table. They have like the numbers that the minimum numbers for the of sample for your population. So how to get a good sample? There's a lot of ways: stratified sampling, convenient sampling, simple random sampling, snowball sampling, right? How to get a good sample? Like when I did my research, a grant that I got, so they requested us, they already told us how many samples that we need. So we had to go into the villages to meet those numbers, and they clearly identified what are the age. And also they want two groups. One is adults, one is elderly. So the elderly has to be more than 55 years old. And the adult was, what was it? 30 to, I think, no, it was 45, 40 to 50. So when we first went to the village, we were so excited. We printed a lot of the questionnaire. We just gave to everyone. And then we were so happy that we get the response. We even hired enumerators because the grant was for orang asli. Orang asli is the Aborigines. So we need the enumerators to help them to answer the questionnaire. And then when we collect the questionnaire, we found out that most of the respondents did not fit our criteria. They are not, for the adults, they were below 30. We see a lot of adults, so we assume that they were 30. So please don't do that mistakes, because after that we had to go to another village. So I think one, you have to really identify what are the requirements that you need for your research, right? You have a population. Let's say you are doing a study among university students. Does it have to be university students in Indonesia, or just in Bandung or in Telkom? And then you look at the number of population, how many numbers of your population, let's say just in Telkom Uni. So how many numbers? Maybe you have 10,000 students. So out of that, you find out what is the minimum number required. And then you have to quote, you have to cite the reference that you are using this Marcy, is it the table? I can't remember the name. You have to justify why you use that sample. And if you are using questionnaire as your research tool, people don't like to answer questionnaire, right? So you have to pay them, right? You have to pay them or give them some sort of gift, and you have to sit with them to make sure that they answer all the questions, especially if your research requires for you to get all the information. So if you're asking about sampling, especially for questionnaire, you really need to be very resourceful, right? Because if you, let's say you are computer science, but you are studying about your population is Telkom Uni. So you need to get all the help you can from your other friends from other faculties. But if you're doing a research, something that is like medical research, or forestry, or agriculture, you really need to be resourceful. So how to get the sample? Resourceful, find out the requirement, find out the minimum sample. Once you meet the minimum sample, then you can take, like you can lega lah, like you are relief, then you can proceed with the analysis, because the analysis will be another different thing that you have to tackle. Because without the sample, without data set, I think for us, computer science, data set is the most important thing. If you don't have the data set, there's nothing you can do, right? So the sample is the important one. So make sure you read the requirement, find out how many that is the minimum one, and find out the best way. If you have a lot of samples, you can do stratified sampling, right? Or that is very nice to do. But if you don't have many samples, I mean, like your options are limited, probably just do a simple random sampling. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, okay.
Thank
That's
you.
also interesting, the story of when you go to the village. Yeah, so we need to really take care when we collect and take care of the data itself. Okay, I guess that is very interesting. Thank you very much for the answer.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Oh, yes. Okay, so questions right there. So this is the question, is not conflict of interest, right?
No. It's not a planted question also.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Husna. I believe this is a very interesting topic. I have two questions. The first question is maybe a little bit technical related to the R Studio, and the second question will be related to general on the data analytics. So let me ask you the first question. When you talk about the visualization just now, you showed us how to use the ggplot. We know that there are some limitations in the R Studio where they have a few packages, especially like for visualizations. They have ggplot, they have ggplot2, they have the geom for geometry. Can you explain the differences between these three? That's my first question, which is actually a technical related to your visualization. Question number two, we know that R is actually very good for statistical, but as a data analyst who need to do analytic, which one do you recommend to use, either R programming or Python programming? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question, Dr. Hafizan. Okay, he has told me that he's going to ask me questions. Okay, for the first questions, what's the difference between ggplot, ggplot2, and geom? Okay, ggplot2 is the advancement of ggplot. So when R first came out with the visualization package, it was called ggplot. So now it's ggplot2. So when you install R Studio, it's automatically ggplot2. Okay, and geom is part of ggplot2. So GG is your grammar of graphics. So geom is the type of graph that you want to draw. So they have geom and AES aesthetics. So aesthetics is the data that you map to your graph. So let's say just now I draw a histogram and a box plot. So that will be your geom, the type of plot that you want to draw, you want to illustrate. And the aesthetics, which one that you map to your X and Y axis. Right? So the second question on which one is better, whether R or Python. So actually it depends, because I actually learned Python when I was working as a programmer. So that time Python was unknown, so we were like, why we have to do this Python? I'm not sure whether you have heard of Zope, Z-O-P-E. So Zope was one of the, I think it's a platform, because I was working as a programmer in newspaper company. So we developed online newspaper website. So my boss that time, because company wants to save money, so everything has to be open source. So he found out about Python. So I learned Python that time. Then we used Zope. But when I did my PhD, I prefer R. I think it's more straightforward. Python is also good. Okay, if you want to use both, you can actually use R in Google Colab. You can just put hashtag R and then you can just use the R code. So for R, it's very suitable for statistics like what we did just now. But if you are a data analyst, you want to add more analysis regarding machine learning, I think like clustering, classification, no problem with R. But if you go more into deep learning, then you need to use TensorFlow, right, Keras. So you need to use Python with R. Visualization, ggplot is sufficient, but image processing, then Python would be a better option.
Okay.
I would say depends on the focus of the subject or the module. So if you are talking about statistical inference, probably I would suggest R, right? But if you are talking about machine learning, then go all the way for Python. The student needs to learn both. Yeah, why not? They can have more knowledge, different languages to learn, so that would be good on their CV. I would say R. Because I teach both Python and R, but because I did my PhD using R, so I would prefer to use R. Okay, thank you, Dr. Fizan.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fizan. Okay, so any more questions from the audience? Questions? No questions? Any from online? So there's a question from online? No, okay. So we have time? Oh, okay. So maybe still waiting for the question. So discuss about the hypothesis, of course, that some students may be mixing about what is the what is the goal of the hypothesis. It is impact on the sample or the population, because we have talk about population, right? But when we studied about the hypothesis, so we forgot about the population itself. So could you please more elaborate about that? Thank you.
Yes, the hypothesis testing is actually to test the sample, because we can't test on the population, so we extract a number of samples. So we want to do that hypothesis on the sample. So I think if you for some of the numbers like mean, right, standard deviation. So if you go into more detail, the standard deviation, the mean for sample and population, the notation is different, right? So for hypothesis testing, we are focusing more on the sample. That's why it's called testing. We want to test our hypothesis, whether the sample is like that or not. right? So, but if our sample is biased, it may affect our results, right? So if let's say just now in the example, we want to compare the different method A and method B based on the score. So if somehow method B has more good scores, so it will definitely affect the decision whether to reject or to fail to reject the hypothesis. So there's no, like when people claim something, okay, we did this research and then we found out that a lot of these people don't like the government. So how do you know who are your sample? If you go and ask the opposition people, of course they will hate the government. But if you ask the pro-government, they will say, oh, I love my government. Right, so it depends on the sample, and there's no easy way to identify whether your sample is true or not, right? Because especially when you're asking opinion about opinion from people, you can't quantify or objectify those opinions.
Okay, so can I clarify that? So the hypothesis is actually to conclude the condition in the population based on the sample that you take, right?
Yeah, based
so
on the sample.
yeah, so that's maybe some misunderstanding in especially in the computer scientists, that why we need to compute the hypothesis testing actually. So the goal is actually to show that the relations or whatever that you need to prove in using the hypothesis is impact on the population, right?
Yes,
so
correct.
that's okay. So any other questions? No more questions. So okay, I think this is very interesting. So sometimes my colleagues or my students interest with this hypothesis in machine learning actually. So for instance, that they develop a new method, for instance. Okay, so using the same sample, and they have, for instance, using the old method, so they got the accuracy and whatever. So and then they create improved method, for instance, and then they got a new the accuracy itself. So could you suggest what kind of hypothesis or hypothesis testing or method that can to show that there is, for instance, there is impact from the new technique or new method in their research? Okay.
Yes, for computer science students, they always come up with a new algorithm, advanced, hybrid, whatever, and they will claim that their hybrid method is better than the old one, right? Their version is better. So we can use that t-test just now to compare between the two groups, before and after. So based on the sample results, we can prove statistically whether there's a significant difference between the new hybrid method and the old one.
Okay, so maybe any other more questions? So maybe last question for me. Okay. So about so in the t-test or z-test is actually the assumption is data is a normal distributions, and actually we talk about if the data is not normal. Okay, so I think that's actually we need consider another hypothesis testing, right? So because sometime in the real application, so we couldn't met for instance, talking about the sample. So the sample maybe is not in normal, and we have, for instance, in not normal or maybe a very small number. So maybe could you please any suggestions for you? Yeah.
Okay. Yes, if our data is not normal, we can use non-parametric testing, right? So there's a lot of non-parametric testing like Whitney man, and then I can't remember. There's a few tests that we can use on our data to show whether they are significantly different or not, right? So not just like what you said, we cannot expect our data to be perfect. So if our data is not normal, does not meet the bell curve, does not meet all the 4 assumptions, then we can use the non-parametric testing. Okay. There's a few of them, right?
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Doctor. So any other more questions? So if not, I will close these tutorial sessions. Okay, so again, thank you very much, Dr. Husna, for an outstanding and highly engaging tutorial in today. Okay, so we truly appreciate the practical insight, and also we have very hands-on directly from your laptop and understanding the core foundation of actually statistical inference to applying R in data analysis. And on behalf of all participants, I would like to thanks to everyone who joined today and contribute to the discussions. And we hope that this session has sparked new ideas and confident in maybe in more research for the statistical learnings. Okay, and please stay connect with us for more enriching workshop and seminar. Maybe I'm not sure is next we have another workshop. And until next time, thank you and say goodbye. Thank you. Have a great day. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to kindly invite our speaker, technologist Dr. Husna Sarira, and also our moderator, Dr. Putu Hari Gunawan, to kindly stand on the center of the stage, because we're about to deliver our token of appreciation from the Committee of ICO ICT 2025. This token of appreciation will be delivered by Vice Dean of Academic Affairs and Research Support, Dr. Chokorda Agung Budi Wirayuda, STMT. So the first token of appreciation will be delivered to our speaker, Dr. Husna Sarira from Taylor University, Selangor, Malaysia. Thank you for the insight and also the knowledge. And the next one is the souvenir for the speaker. Okay, so thank you so much for this partnership and also for the insight. Dr. Husna, please kindly stay on the stage, because after this there will be a photo session and the next token of appreciation will be delivered to the moderator, Dr. Putu Hari Gunawan from Telkom University. Thank you, Dr. Putu, for leading this amazing and interactive discussion. And now we would like to take a picture first. Please stand on the center of the stage. I would like to kindly invite all of the documentation team to capture this historical moment within 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. Once more, I guess that's too serious in this kind of afternoon. All right. So you can say like, okay, sarang here, hand gesture. All right, so 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. That was an amazing moment. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a warm applause for this amazing tutorial session. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we believe that in this tutorial session, every one of you has gained a lot of insightful and valuable knowledge to bring home on this first day. And the second tutorial session marks the end of the first day of the International Conference on Information and Communication Technology, ICO ICT 2025. We also would like to invite all of you to kindly join us on the second day of the ICO ICT 2025 here tomorrow. So we believe that you won't miss the chance to grasp much knowledge from the valuable speakers on the second day. On the second day, there will be, on the next agenda, on the second day, there will be keynote session 3 from